লগ ইন নেই ক্যামেরাটা
ওটা অন আছে তো?
হ্যাঁ ক্যামেরাটা অন তো আছে, আমি দেখে নিয়েছি ওটা। ইউটিউব তো
কোথায় অন কোথায়? লাইট জ্বলছে না তো রে?
এই অন, এই দেখো
এই তো মনে হচ্ছে।
হ্যাঁ ওটা ক্যামেরাটা দেখিয়ে দিয়েছি যে ক্যামেরাটা অ্যাক্টিভ আছে। এই যে ক্যামেরাটা অ্যাক্টিভ আছে লজিক।
তাহলে ওখানে কি কোথায়? লুডু না
মাইক ভিডিও করতে আসছে কি দেখা একটু ঘুরে আসছে না, এবার ঠিক আছে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ রেকর্ডিং করবো পরে। কি নামটা জিসু নিতে পারে ঠিক আছে
ঠিক আছে চলছে তো ব্যাস।
রেকর্ডিং কখন স্টার্ট করবো ওটা বলবে।
প্রোগ্রাম শুরু
এখন
হলে
স্ট্রিমিং চলছে, রেকর্ডিং চলছে।
ঠিক আছে
এটা তো সেভ থাকবে তো ভিডিও রেকর্ডিং। ঠিক আছে অ্যাঙ্গেলটা ঠিক আছে।
সমিত পিছনের দরজাটা 5 মিনিটটা নামিয়ে রাখ। হ্যাঁ পিছন দিয়ে ঢোকানো
স্টার্ট করবো, স্ট্রিমিং চলছে।
হ্যাঁ বলো হ্যালো হ্যালো।
A very good morning to everyone present over here. Myself, Dr. Sakshar Shah, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, JIS University, would like to take the opportunity to welcome you all to this one-day national seminar on industry perspective of drug regulatory affairs, organized by Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, JIS University.
Myself, Anuva Shamanto, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, JIS University, would extend my sincere greetings to our respected dignitaries present over here. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Bhaskar Gupta, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Professor Nirat Saxena, Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Gautam Ghosh and Professor Rajendra Nargundkar, Dean of Pharmacy, Professor Tapan Kumar Chatterjee, Dean of Academics, Professor Himanshu Shekhar Maji, Head of the Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, Professor Pintu Kumar De, Professor Pranavesh Chakraborty, former Director, Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad University of West Bengal, then Professor Abhijit Sengupta, Director, Guru Nanak Institute of Pharmaceutical Science and Technology, Mr. Prabhash Mundu Chakraborty, Managing Director, Mendine Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Virendra Kumar Sarkar, Managing Director, Parker Robinson, our eminent guests, speakers, esteemed faculty members, and dear students. It's a matter of great pleasure to welcome each one of you to the National Seminar on Industry Perspectives of Drug Regulatory Affairs, organized by Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, JISU-PHARMA. This seminar aims to provide a platform for exploring the vital role of drug regulatory affairs in the pharmaceutical industry. In an era of rapidly evolving global standards, regulatory affairs ensures the quality, safety, and efficacy of medicines, making them essential to every stage of drug development and approval. We are honored to have with us today distinguished industry professionals and regulatory experts who will be sharing their experiences, current practices, and future perspectives. Their insights will help to bridge the gap between academic learning and industrial expectations. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the university leadership, our distinguished guests, organizing faculty members, and student coordinators whose efforts have made this seminar possible. Thank you.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our generous sponsors whose unwavering support made this national seminar a grand success. We sincerely thank Strassenberg Pharmaceutical, Mennine Pharmaceutical Limited, Parker Robinson, BD Pharmaceuticals, Chemicals, Rika Pharmaceuticals, Abet Medicaments, Pharmagic Healthcare Private Limited, Shaha Biologicals, Filtotech Air Control System Private Limited, MC Pharmaceutical, CI Laboratories, Palson Derma, ASG Biochem Private Limited, Days Medical Stores Manufacturing Limited, East India Pharmaceutical Works, and Standard Pharmaceutical for their valuable contribution for this seminar to organize. Let us look forward to an insightful and engaging day throughout of learning and interaction. Thank you, and once again a very warm, heartfelt welcome to every one of you for coming over here. This auspicious moment will be graced by a melodious inaugural song now, which will be adding a soulful touch to the ceremony. I now invite the cultural team to take the stage for this beautiful performance. The students will be Ahona Bhattacharya from B.Pharm 4th year, Arnav Rao from B.Pharm 2nd year, Shayon Haldar from B.Pharm 2nd year, who will be singing the song. In the equipment tabla, Shondipon Mondol, B.Pharm 2nd year, and the keyboard, Shomodip Kanungo from B.Pharm 3rd year. We'll be hearing them for the inaugural song.
स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतं अथ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतं आनंद मंगल मंगलम आनंद मंगल मंगलम मित प्रियम भारत भारतम मित प्रियम भारत भारतम स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतं अर्थ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतं नित्य निरंतरता नवता मानवता समता ममता नित्य निरंतरता नवता मानवता समता ममता सारथी साथ मनोरथ का मनोरथ का, जो अनिवार्य नहीं तमता। संकल्प अभिजित अभिमतम, संकल्प अभिजित अभिमतम। आनंद मंगल मंगलम, आनंद मंगल मंगलम। नित प्रियम भारत भारतम, नित प्रियम भारत भारतम। स्वागतम शुभ स्वागतम, अथ स्वागतम शुभ स्वागतम। कुसुमित ने कामनाए, सुरभित ने साधनाए। कुसुमित ने कामनाए, सुरभित ने साधनाए। मैत्री मत क्रीडागन में, प्रमुदित बंधु भावनाए। मैत्री मत क्रीडागन में, प्रमुदित बंधु भावनाए। शाश्वत सुविकसित इति शुभम, शाश्वत सुविकसित इति शुभम। आनंद मंगल मंगलम, आनंद मंगल मंगलम। नित प्रियम भारत भारतम, नित प्रियम भारत भारतम। स्वागतम शुभ स्वागतम, अथ स्वागतम शुभ स्वागतम। अथ स्वागतम शुभ स्वागतम, अथ स्वागतम शुभ स्वागतम। थैंक यू, नमस्कार।
Thank you very much to all the students for such a lovely start of the seminar. And now, with a great respect, I would request our dignitaries to join us on the stage for the auspicious lamp lighting with the hope to have a very successful seminar. So I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Bhaskar Gupta, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Gautam Ghosh and Professor Rajendra Nargondkar, Dean of Pharmacy Professor Tapan Kumar Chatterjee, Dean Academics JISU University Professor Himanshu Shekhar Maji, Head of the Department of Pharmaceutical Technology Professor Pintu Kumar De, Professor Pronobesh Chakraborty, former Director of Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology, West Bengal, Professor Abhijit Sengupta, Director of Guru Nanak Institute of Pharmaceutical Science and Technology. Guest of honor today, Mr. Prabhash Bandhu Chakraborty, Managing Director, Midnight Pharmaceutical, and our significant guest, Mr. Birendra Kumar Sarkar, Managing Director, Parker Robinson. So, if you all join your hands to light the lamp, it will be a great pleasure for us to see that. Sorry, you all are requested to join hands to light the lamp. We would like to see this auspicious moment with a hope to have a very successful seminar ahead. Can we expect a great round of applause, everyone?
স্যার এদিকে একবার সবাই তাকাবে।
Thank you so much to all our esteemed dignitaries for gracing us with your presence and participating in the ceremonial honor. May I now request you to take your seat, sir. If you kindly take your seat in the dais. You have a designated seat in the dais, sir, so we are requesting you to kindly take your seat in the dais. Volunteers are requested to kindly help the dignitaries.
We shall now proceed with the felicitation of our esteemed guests as a token of our gratitude and respect. For that, to begin with, I would like to request Dean of Pharmacy, Professor Tapan Kumar Chatterjee sir, to come up forward and felicitate our esteemed patron, Professor Bhaskar Gupta, Honorable Vice Chancellor, JS University. Sir. Volunteers are requested to coordinate.
Can you have a huge round of applause, everyone?
Thank you, sir, for doing the honor. May I now invite Dean of Academics, Professor Himanshu Shekhar Maji, sir, to felicitate Professor Gautam Ghosh, Pro Vice Chancellor. Thank you, sir, for doing this honor. Now I would like to request Professor Pintu Kumar De, Head of the Department, to felicitate Professor Dr. Rajendra Nargunkar, Pro Vice Chancellor, JS University. Thank you, sir, for doing this honor. Now I would like to request, once again, Professor Pintu Kumar De, Head of the Department, to felicitate Professor Dr. Tapan Kumar Chatterjee, Dean Pharmacy, JS University.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dean Academics, JISU University, Professor Himanshu Shekhar Maji to kindly felicitate Professor Pranabes Chakraborty, former Director, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, University of Technology, West Bengal. And I will request everyone to have a huge round of applause for the moment, everyone. Thank you, sir. I'll request Maji sir to kindly stay back. I'll request our Dean Academics to felicitate our next guest, our dignitaries, Professor Abhijit Sengupta, Director of Guru Nanak Institute of Pharmaceutical Science and Technology. Thank you so much, sir. Now may I request Professor Pintu Kumar De, Head of the Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, to felicitate our Dean Academics, Himanshu Shekhar Maji, Professor Himanshu Shekhar Maji. Thank you so much, sir. Pintu sir is requested to kindly stay back. He will be felicitated, our head of the department will be felicitated by our departmental professor, Professor Joyanta Kumar Chaudhary. Sir, if you are requested to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate our head of the department. Once again, I request our head of the department, Professor Pintu Kumar De, to kindly felicitate our one of the special guests, Mr. Birendra Kumar Sarkar, Managing Director, Park and Robinson. Again, finally, I request our head of the department, Professor Pintu Kumar De, to felicitate our guest of honor of today's seminar, Mr. Prabhash Bondhu Chakraborty, Managing Director of Men9 Pharmaceutical Private Limited.
Can we have a big round of applause?
Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Our guest of honor, Mr. Prabhash Bondhu Chakraborty, the Managing Director of Men9 Pharmaceutical, is being felicitated by our head of the department. We are extremely honored and privileged to have you, sir, amongst us.
Now we'll begin with the welcome address. For that, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Bhaskar Gupta, to come up on the dais for the address.
It's my pleasure to be able to be present in such an exciting academic endeavor and to welcome you all to this national seminar today. Particularly all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais too, whom I can see readily. Amongst them, I have my peers, ex-colleagues, and my seniors too. I think you can see that Professor Pranavesh Chakraborty is smiling at me. He was, somebody just now called him uncle of pharmacy. I think he was not only of pharmacy, that much I can tell you. I am from an altogether different discipline, but he was always our dada, and our leader. So, such an august presence, of course, has taken this seminar to a new height. And I am not belittling anyone else. All others who are here, you can see the giants of industry, giants of academics. So in fact, in JIS, we are truly very, very fortunate to have all of them under one umbrella today. And this has been made possible under the auspices of this national seminar only. This is an extremely important seminar on a very, very topically relevant issue. That's drug regulation. Today's seminar is industry perspective of drug regulatory affairs. This is extremely important for pharmacy, for law, for the society at large. The regulatory affairs, that drugs are affecting every day our lives, and as the complexity of lives is growing, so is the problems, so the diseases. So who are the people to whom we can look for solutions? The pharmacists. Well, without them, modern society would not have progressed. But at the same time, indiscriminate or wrong usage of drugs can lead to devastating results. So that's why regulation is so important everywhere. Unless the regulatory authorities play their roles properly, no one can solve these problems, no one can save the society, no one, and neither the industry nor the academia, nothing. So we all have to know the regulatory functions and to understand and to discuss, to deliberate amongst ourselves, so that we can always move forward. We can suggest a better regulatory compliance. We can move forward to execution of such regulatory compliances in a proper scientific manner. And that's why today's seminar is, I repeat, extremely important from all perspectives. And I believe, especially after looking at all the dignitaries assembled here, this seminar will be a grand success. I wish it so. Thank you all for coming. I welcome you all to this seminar and to my university, JIS University. Wish you a very good morning. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. Starting the seminar, starting the address with your words is a real blessing. Now I would like to request Professor Gautam Ghosh, Pro Vice Chancellor, JIS University, sir, if you kindly come and share a few words about the seminar.
A very good morning to you all. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Bhaskar Gupta, distinguished dignitaries and the dais, distinguished faculties, our friends from industry and my dear students. Actually, we did not thought about this kind of a overwhelming response in the beginning. The HOD yesterday he came, and when he said that we have to actually freeze the registration process for the students, we were thinking whether they will be able to accommodate everybody in this hall, which can accommodate a limited number of candidates. But it's truly encouraging that this 2 days important conference has been overwhelmingly supported, participated by the industry people as well as the students. So I'm sure there will be a lot of learning from these next 2 days. And I welcome you all and thank you again. Thank you for this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I will request our another Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajendra Nargotkar, if you kindly come and share a few words about the seminar.
Good morning from my side to everyone present here. I'm very happy to see such a galaxy of speakers from various industries across the country and academicians, of course. My congratulations to the department for organizing such a brilliant seminar. One thing I find which relates me to the seminar and the department also is that I grew up in one of the hubs of pharma in our country, which is Hyderabad, which is known for Dr. Reddy's labs and several other big pharma companies, along with a few other centers across the country. So I look forward to listening to some of the experiences shared by industry professionals and others who are present here today. And I wish the seminar great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we would be very much eager to hear from our guest of honor, Mr. Prabhash Bandhu Chakraborty, Managing Director of Mainline Pharmaceutical Private Limited. So if you kindly come and share your thoughts, your blessings of the seminar. Sir.
A very good morning to all. I am very sorry to jump the queue. Unfortunately, I have a flight to catch, and the organizers and the galaxy of superstars of pharmacy have granted me this privilege, a very humbling privilege to address you before them. So, Dr. Pranavesh Chakraborty has currently been termed as the Bhishma Pitama of West Bengal pharmacy right now by his colleagues. So in that light note, let us start with the day's main topic, industry perspectives of drug regulatory affairs and industry academia partnership. Industry and regulatory affairs share a very cozy and a mutual respect bond. Those from the industry regulatory authorities know that the industry needs to survive, and the industry also understands that upgradation of their own facilities leads to enhancement of quality and enhancement of the goodwill of the industry. So it's a very cooperative relationship rather than a competitive relationship. Now, when we refer to industry academia partnership, you see the pharmaceutical regulatory world is undergoing, at least in India, a very big tumultuous change. The revised Schedule M of 2025, I think, what was the date of the act? 25, no? 24. So anyway, so the revised Schedule M is on in the horizon, and some industries have been given a little bit leeway to finish their implementation, and most of the industries who are above 250 crores are already being held up to the standards of revised Schedule M. This revised Schedule M marks a huge leap in the regulatory changes and the new standards which the industry will be held up to. It's a big taken on the WHO standards, but it's a bit above WHO in certain areas. So the industry has to upgrade itself, and the academia partnership with the industry is very much required to make the workforce geared up to understand the new regulatory levels and adapt its practices to the new regulatory levels. This, I believe, is a very big challenge which the industry and the academia needs to address itself. The fresh graduates whom we take into the industry are often very unprepared when it comes to the current drug laws and the current forms and things which need to be done. So, academia partnership would enhance the preparedness of the students and help them secure better opportunities across the industry spectrum. So I believe this is a very apt title for a seminar, and we have a lovely gathering of industry and academic personnel, including Dr. Alok Ghosh here, and other Dr. Prafulla Nandi here, and lovely, I would say it's an organizer's delight to see such a gathering of students who are very interested into the pharmaceutical regulatory affairs, which I believe would be a very bulwark for the new generation to serve in the industry, so that the industry can upgrade itself using their scientific knowledge. I would request the university right now, JIS University, to think about industry academia partnerships with organizations like India Drug Manufacturers Association, of which I am a part, and upgrade its lab. It's a very new thing that all the new testings are mostly instrument based, chromatographic or spectrophotometric. Now, if the students have some basic knowledge, that earlier it would have been enough. Right now, most assays are conducted through HPLCs and UPLCs and things like very new age instruments. So, upgradation of the university's labs are very much essential, and hands-on training for the students is very much essential. So, on the note of JIS University being one of the most premier universities, which have a very nice pharmacy department, I would request the powers that be to invest in the labs and make them future-proof, and so that the students can get the great advantage of using the current instruments. With that, I would not take much of time, and I would wish the seminar a very big success, and such seminars should be conducted regularly so the students and the industry gain from their experience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such valuable and insightful words. May I now request Professor Pranabesh Chakraborty, former Director, Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad University of Technology, West Bengal, to kindly share your thoughts and blessings with us. Sir.
সুপ্রভাত। আমায় মাফ করবেন, আমি বাংলায় সেমিনার বা ওয়ার্কশপ ছাড়া ইংরেজিতে বলি না। সবাইকে আলাদাভাবে বলতে গেলে এখানে যারা উপবিষ্ট আছেন বিশিষ্টজনরা এবং সামনের বিশিষ্টজনরা, যাকে যারা এদের বিশিষ্ট করেছেন প্রত্যেককে আমার তরফ থেকে শ্রদ্ধা, শুভেচ্ছা, শুভকামনা ও ভালোবাসা জানিয়ে দু একটা কথা বলবো। প্রচুর বক্তা, সময় কম। রেগুলেটরি অ্যাফেয়ার্স নিয়ে বলার জন্য এখানে খুব বিদগ্ধ পণ্ডিত, হাতে কলমে কাজ করা মানুষরা আছেন, ইন্ডাস্ট্রি থেকে, একাডেমিক্স থেকে। আমার ছাত্র সম যে গেস্ট অফ অনার, ও ইন্ডাস্ট্রির মালিক। এখানে আমি অনেককে দেখতে পাচ্ছি ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে যারা এগিয়ে নিয়ে চলেছেন, এবং সবচেয়ে গর্বের বিষয় আমার অত্যন্ত প্রিয় বন্ধু, আমার শ্রেণী বন্ধু, ক্লাসমেট যাকে বলে, অলোক ঘোষ লুপিনের প্রেসিডেন্ট ছিল। হি ইজ প্রাউড অফ, উই আর রিয়েলি প্রাউড অফ হিম। তাছাড়া স্টেজে বসে আছেন বীরেন্দা। বীরেন্দা ধীরে ধীরে বিন্দুতে পরিণত হচ্ছেন, আসলে সিন্ধু। আরো এখানে যে সমস্ত ছাত্রছাত্রীরা আছেন তাদের আমি একটা অনুরোধ করব, দাদা হিসেবে, শিক্ষক নয়, যে রেগুলেটরি অ্যাফেয়ার্স কিন্তু আজকে যে জায়গায় এসে দাঁড়িয়েছে তার জেনেসিসটা তোমাদের সবাইকে জানতে হবে। যে সালফানিলামাইড এলিক্সিরের কি সমস্যা হয়েছিল, কেন কিডনি ড্যামেজ হয়ে গিয়ে শয়ে শয়ে লোক মারা গেল। তারপরে তো থ্যালিডোমাইড প্রায় প্রত্যেকেই তোমরা পড়েছ। তার থেকে শুধু কোয়ালিটি কন্ট্রোল নয়, কোয়ালিটি সেফটি, সেফটি, পার্সোনালাইজ সেফটি, অ্যাডভার্স ড্রাগ রিয়াকশন ধীরে 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 ডেভেলপ করলো। সেটা বলার জন্যে আমি ঠিক ব্যক্তি নই, আমার সত্য থিওরিটিক্যাল জ্ঞান। এখানে আমার ছাত্রছাত্রীরা রয়েছে, আমার বন্ধুরা রয়েছেন, আমার দাদারা রয়েছেন, যারা সত্যিকারেরই অসম্ভব ভালো এই সাবজেক্ট নিয়ে কাজকর্ম করেছেন, করছেন। বই আছে, আমার বন্ধু অলোক ঘোষের বইও আছে এর উপরে, ওর বইটা পড়বেন আপনারা। আর সবচেয়ে বড় কথা, ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর প্রফেসর ভাস্কর গুপ্ত। অ্যাকচুয়ালি ওর ভাস্কর নামটা আমার মনে আসে না, আমি ওকে নোটন বলে ডাকি, বরঞ্চ আরো অপভ্রংশ করে ডাকতাম নোট নাম। তো very able, sincere, integrated personnel ও এখানে জয়েন করেছে শুনে আমি খুবই খুশি হয়েছি। প্রফেসর মাঝি আমার ছাত্র, ডক্টর জয়ন্ত চ্যাটার্জিকে প্রথম একাডেমিক্সে আমি নিয়ে এসেছিলাম। পাশে বসে আছে কণিকা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের ভাইপো সৌমিত্র, ও আমার খুব ভালো বন্ধুই বলবো, ভাই কাম বন্ধু। এখানে যারা আছেন তাদের 90% আমার সঙ্গে প্রত্যক্ষ ভাবে যুক্ত ছিলেন, মানসিকভাবে আছেন এবং থাকবেন। তোমরা ভাই রেগুলেটরি অ্যাফেয়ার্স সম্বন্ধে জানো এবং জীবনে কাজে লাগাও, যাতে সবচেয়ে কম দামি যে পণ্য মানুষ, তারা কিছুদিন সুস্থ হয়ে বাঁচতে পারে তোমাদের হাত ধরে। কারণ আজকে সব পণ্যের দামই প্রচণ্ড, শিক্ষা থেকে স্বাস্থ্য সবই প্রচণ্ড দামি, এক্সেপ্ট মানুষ। তোমরা মানুষের খুব দরকার, মানুষ কাঁদছে, তাদের পাশে দাঁড়াও। নমস্কার, ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, sir, for such valuable and inspiring words.
তপন খুব অভিমান করছে, তপন চ্যাটার্জি। আমরা খুব ভালো বন্ধু আর কি। তো তো ওকেও দেখবেন, ওকেও আপনারা দেখবেন।
Thank you, sir. Next, may I now like to call Professor Abhijit Sengupta, sir, Director, Guru Nanak Institute of Pharmaceutical Science and Technology, to kindly share your thoughts and blessings with us, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and very good morning to you once again, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellors, the dignitaries on the dais, and off the dais, of course, the stalwarts of the industry of West Bengal. It's really a great pleasure that at JISU University, Pharmacy Department is conducting such a seminar where all these dignitaries have kindly been make themselves present here. See, JIS Group, particularly JIS Group, started mainly in 98 onwards. It started with a joint college with another group in Asansol as an engineering college. And later on, JIS University came up with so many different institutes of engineering, medical sciences, dental sciences, and lastly, in pharmacy. Pharmacy, the first institute of JIS University was in Shodhpur, that is the Guru Nanak Institute of Pharmaceutical Science and Technology, and later on, JIS University Department, and two other colleges in Damdam and in Kalyani itself, with JIS College of Engineering, which is one of the pioneering college of engineering, private colleges of engineering in West Bengal. So when the pharmacy department started by JIS Group, they had a vision that this course also should come up. At least few private colleges had started in those days. That is during 2000. I think Professor Chakraborty, our beloved Dada, Professor Chakraborty was principal at that time with Gupta College of Pharmacy, which is in Asansol. With that was, I think, the first private institute, 5 private pharmacy college in West Bengal. Later on, so many came, and JIS Group came into this through GNI PST in 2005, which was a pharmacy institute, started with very humbly, and later on it developed. JIS University, following that, has made this department, and this department is coming up with B.Pharm and different M.Pharm courses. Few years ago, at JIS Group, we thought of bringing this regulatory affairs. See, West Bengal is pioneer in many things, particularly in pharmaceuticals. West Bengal was the pioneering state in India. Most of the pioneering industries of pharmacy started in West Bengal, and in other industries also, like engineering, rubber industries, jute, and textile, etc. And regulatory affairs as a subject in M.Pharm was also pioneered by in West Bengal, rather I would say in Eastern India, it was pioneered by JIS Group at Guru Nanak Institute. Of course, this has come up and there are a lot of students who are aspiring, industries are aspiring that we produce people specialized in regulatory affairs, and that is why it was a request, it was means we had some meetings with industries in Baddi and etc., from where we came to know, we came to understand that this course, some specialized people of this regulatory affairs should be initiated, which was started with the JIS group, and I hope that JIS University will also start this, and we will be, as from the group, we will be producing a lot of professional pharmacists with specialization in regulatory affairs who will be really required for the industry. It's a win-win situation for both industry and the university and JIS group. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words and the way you have recognized JIS University and your contribution to building JIS University, the Department of Pharmacy till today is something we cannot forget. Now we would like to hear from Professor Tapan Kumar Chatterjee, Dean Pharmacy, JIS University, for this seminar. Sir.
Good morning, very good morning. Respected Professor Bhaskar Gupta, he just left. Professor Gautam Ghosh, Pro Vice Chancellor. Professor Rajendra Nagadkar, Pro Vice Chancellors of our universities. Pronobesh Chakraborty, Professor also. Now he retired from his job, but now not from his all activities. Professor Maji, Professor Pintu Kumar De, head of the department, and Professor Abhijit Chengupta, director of JNI PhD. Other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. The speaker who will speak today, panelists who will discuss, my beloved students. I welcome you all to our national seminars on industry perspectives of the drug regulatory affairs, organized by our esteemed Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, JISU University, has been scheduled today at this JISU University auditorium. I welcome you all. Now, all of you have heard about the drug regulatory affairs, that is the DRA. It is a crucial functions within the pharmaceuticals industries to ensure about the safety and efficacy of the pharmaceutical product and healthcare product. To reach to the end user. We are talking only about this one when we start with this definition. But I think it is not only related with the manufacturing process and others. We start with its procurements of the raw materials, its assaying in the full-fledged, and then we ensure ourselves to give the best drug for the manufacturing process. So these are the related factors of total process. Now it has some key points like that, compliance with all that factors. Compliance means, all of you know that all sort of compliance should be there, and there should be DRA agencies who will liaise with the advisory committee outside or inside of industries, so that everything should go in a very good way and ensure about the quality of the product. Now, it also starts from the very beginning that the discovery and the development of the drugs, it has been estimated by the scientists that there may be the existence of 10 to the power 60 numbers of drug-like substance. But it is not so easy to get a drug out of that big amount, big number of that molecules. Why? Because of it has been found that out of not less than 10,000 compounds, if extensively studied, then only one or two compounds may come to the end that we are saying it as a bench to bedside. Means you start your research in your laboratory, going through the different part, then that can reach to the bedside, means to the patient. This is the process, very big process, time consuming, big amount of money is involved with that, big number of the scientists are involved with that, then only we can reach there from starting point. That is a big number I have mentioned, 10 to the power 60 to only a few numbers of drug really effective for the human consumption. So in each and every process of the drug development, all of you know, it is involved with extensive research. Along with each and every step, you have to go through the stringent regulatory affairs. It is not that I will do something there and that will be accepted by FDAs or EMAs like that. Each and every step, you have to give the proof about your research and whether that is maintaining the total regulatory affairs. Do you know that the one drug when reaching from the preclinicals to clinical phase, the regulatory authority will ask about the submission of your total the dossiers, and that may reach around the 1 million pages that will be reviewed by their teams for 1 or 2 years. After that, it can be accepted or rejected. So you can think about what is the total durations, the total cost involvement, all other things are there. I'm not going the details about that. All that things are there. So always a pharmaceutical product or healthcare product go through this type of regulatory affairs. It's a very important part of industry, very important part of student to know about that, and obviously then only the best quality assurance can be given to the patient. And obviously it is involved with the drug approval, then quality control, post-marketing surveillance. It is also very important. Once you are getting the drug license from the authority, it is not the end, it is the beginning. So when you are preparing a drug and you reach to the market, then another journey will start with the post-marketing, or you can say phase 4 clinical trials. That is very important, and it may even go up to the 100 years that the reporting of that adverse drug reaction. That is also very important part, that each and every time the reporting is going, even a patient can also report the adverse drug reaction of the drug which he or she is receiving. So that is also very important part, and obviously that thing should go even up to the point of the office situated in Uppsala in Sweden. I have done that laboratories and the office. That is not the things. So each and every point, the regulatory affairs is involved with the drug development and drug discoveries and everything, so that we are getting a drug in a very minute amount of that and we are consuming. But we are not seeing that what efforts were there, what regulatory affairs are involved with that, all that part are involved with that, and obviously international harmonizations are also very part. I am not going through the details. Liaison with the regulatory agencies, documentations and labeling and packaging. That is also very important. Each and every word should be on the label so that a patient should know for what purpose it has been developed and the dosing and how that was assessed, whether it may be the IP, BP, etc. You can see from the labels. So everything should be in such a way that a person will rely the product of a company. Thank you very much. This is not the place for discussing all that things. Other people are there who will discuss in details about that. So today I am finishing here, but if I get the class lectures, then I will talk about the full day about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We would definitely be very happy to hear from you again, but we are having a limitation of time, that's why. But we are sorry for that, and thank you so much again for your speech. Now, we would like to recognize one of the big contribution from Parker & Robinson Private Limited. They have put into the Society of Education by writing a book. The name of the book is Bheshojo Udbhid Porichoy, which has been published by Parker & Robinson. The book, the details of the book will definitely be disclosed to all of you by the Managing Director of Parker & Robinson, Mr. Birendra Kumar Sarkar. I would request, sir, if you kindly come and say a few words about the seminar and little bit of details about the book which has been published by Parker & Robinson. Hello. Hello.
Sorry, you should not be bored about my lecture because all dignitary and galaxy of dignitary people are here. They have lot of knowledge they are shared with you. The new generation, as you are in front of me, because I am daily facing the regulatory system, regulatory aid. Every day, drug industry and medicine industry, rather drug industry, the regulatory system is changing by the rules and regulation by the WHO or Government of India or the many scientific institutions or recognized institutions. By doing this, all this regulatory system is a regulatory affairs, and new generation will join everyone. India have a huge human resource and plenty of medicinal plants also there. I should not go the modern medicine because modern medicine, BP, IP, AUSP is with you. I'll tell some of the plant medicine talk of it because very recently after modern medicine, I am becoming bored about modern medicine because India having more than 140 crores of population needs Indian healthcare system very strongly. And new generations, regulatory system, scientific people, human resources require every lab, everywhere, every country, every stations, because our healthcare system is hardly very irregular, negligible, not up to the mark. Only 4 to 5% expenditure in the country is spent on health department. It is very sad affairs or affairs because in USA or Germany, in other countries, more than 10% to 15% fund is selected for this healthcare system. Digital system is a very sorrow affairs. Anyway, we have to survive. we have to care of our health, we have to take ourselves, our ENI, and in some good institutions like Guru Nanak University and other than, and some eminent people are joined here, and your people are joining here. I would say some plant medicine should be coming up because of development of modern medicine is 10 to 11%. Now the plant medicine or Ayurveda or Nisida is coming up, and its growth rate is more than 20% at now. And in the year 2018, the India exported 1700 crores plant medicine. Now last year they have exported more than 7,000 crores. Then it is coming up. It is yet up. And many things we have to do, like from Vedic age to this age, India is a very much heritage. At the Middle Age, the Charak Susut was there, and the traditional practitioner and Ayurvedic practitioner. Still, it is valued and evaluated and recognized, and mostly village people depends on this. One village cannot have one MBBS doctor. 2-3 villages get hardly one MBBS doctor. All the traditional practitioners, Ayurvedic practitioners, rural practitioners there. They should learn. They should be related. They should be every state. In Nagpur session, where all India session, I told that every state should have a laboratory, so that private laboratory for the rural doctors, rural private peoples, private that, so that they should come up in a healthcare system. They are terribly neglected. You go in a hospital, you can see the patient is lying on seat and the floor. It is very much neglected. We have seen neglected. So we should come up, new generation, human research, come up forwardly, regularly, and it is a very scientific way. Government of India is taking care of that, and a very regulatory, and many industry will be wind up for this regular system state for contingency. No problem. But whichever which industry will stay, there should be in a good system, good scientific system, equipment, regular system, good human being, and then your appointment is hundreds of appointments is pending. But unfortunately, in West Bengal government is not allowed to this government, and other than the other state like Hyderabad, like Bombay, like Pune, like Chennai, and even Odisha is coming up very large way, a very scientific way. Thank you. Congratulations for giving me time and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. It is our pleasure to have you amongst us today. Now we will be hearing a prominent speech.
We have published a book for plant medicine, which 62 plant medicine we have produced. We have published a book because we will not stay much more days. We are aged people. New generation is coming. Documentary should be there. Then 62 plant medicine, their details, and source of plant medicine, the phytochemicals, plant chemicals, the toxicity, side effects, everything in this book. Please show this book for this institution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we will be hearing, as I was saying, we'll be hearing a very prominent speech specifying the theme of the event, which will set the tone of the event, by our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Gautam Ghosh. We'll be hearing a keynote address by him. Sir, you are requested to kindly come.
Very good morning once again. Actually, I was thinking what should be the right subject considering the vastness of the area and the people around me are the galaxies from the field. So, and in 15 minutes, talking something in pharma regulatory is somewhat like uh, drops from the iceberg. You really cannot speak much about it. So I thought I will be just touching upon certain areas from whatever little experience that I have. So can I go to this slide? So, as I said, that subject is so robust and so vast. Let's look into the definition of what is the pharma regulatory service. Really, it is one of the most challenging multidisciplinary field, focused, developing new tools, standards, etc. Performance of pharmaceutical products, ensuring they meet regulatory requirements and ultimately benefit the patient. This is a scientific definition, really, not encompassing the entire gamut of other areas that pharma regulatory science that covers. So next, please. Now, what makes a good regulatory affair professional? That's actually by this point. Would be, yeah. Hello. What makes a good regulatory affair professional? Most regulatory professionals, as written here, are coming from the two disciplines, biological science and the pharmaceutical science. Some acquire in the process certain additional qualifications like legal qualifications and law, sometimes some specialization in management. But broadly, they all should be having ability to tackle the data, the wide range of scientific areas to quickly grasp the new concepts in the process. Communication skill is another very demanding things in this profession, because you do communicate not within your peers but with the external agencies, and that is very important, how professionally you actually go to the drug regulatory agency, market with the doctors and the market and many other agencies that encompasses this area. Next. Yeah, and for the students, where do the regulatory affair professionals actually employ? So these are the primary areas of pharmaceutical, medical devices, in vitro diagnostics, biologics and biotechnology. When we talk most of the time the pharma, we often forget the biopharma, which is another big domain to be always covered. And nutritional products, cosmetics and veterinary products are also part of it. Who regulates the pharma or biopharma product in the market? Well, everybody knows WHO. Beyond WHO, there are country-specific organizations that controls it. CDSCO is our own Indian pharma regulator. USFDA for United States, you call it EMEA, now it's called as the EMA, European Medicine Agency. Then the UK has a specific one, MHRA, Medicine Health and Regulatory Agency. Then comes the TGA, Australia, the Therapeutic Goods Administration. So the TGA, and then comes the Health Canada, PMDA is for Japan, ANVISA is for Brazil, MINSDEP is Russian, and the NAFDAC is for Nigeria, and finally the ICH. When the individual country-specific regulations are there, and you want to globalize a bit, you have the problem sometimes, because there are variations within the country-specific laws. There you actually need some kind of a harmonization. The ICH is actually the International Council for Harmonization. they take care of this, a kind of a broad spectrum. If you comply with ICH, probably you will be able to fulfilling the requirements of the most of the country. In fact, the ECTD that you file for marketing or registering a product, international, particularly in US and Europe or Japan, the ICH, if you comply with the ICH, if you follow the ICH forms and things, then you will be, that will be accepted. So these are some of the regulatory, and then comes what is like DRA encompasses, Department of Regulatory Affairs in every company or industry. It covers gamut of things like quality control, quality assurance. Actually, quality control, quality assurance, some like one is auditing, another is auditing those auditors. So the liaising is there, marketing is there, manufacturing. You have to integrate with everybody, clinical team, supply. But then again, it is not again complete product development. So this team, the DRA team, is a very essential for the company to tag with these individual things. Then only they develop the completely the documentations which is required for registering a product or marketing a product abroad. Next. Some of the things that when you take your regulatory requirement for filing a new product, terms that you often hear is IND, NDA, ANDA. The classifications like the IND is that investigational new product, that you have a product but not yet done the clinical trial. So you are seeking from regulator the permission. While for NDA, you have the what you call the data, preclinical, clinical, everything. Now you are asking the government to get a market authorization. ANDA is a little different. ANDA is already, this part of this drug has already surpassed that quality or compliances for NDA. But now, in another country, you are launching the same product. You won't need to do clinical trial always. You probably need to do a bit of a bioequivalence study. So these are three categories. Next, please. Next. So I try to map here what is actually differentiation between this IND requirement, NDA requirement, and ANDA requirement. If you can see in the middle, in NDA you require animal studies as in addition to chemistry, manufacturing, control, the CNC, and then labeling, testing, etc. And after that need animal studies, and followed by the clinical trial phase 1, 2, phase 1, 3, and of course after phase 3 you get the permission, but then phase 3 is a continuous process. After doing that, you get the market authorization, you seek market authorization. But on the other hand, ANDA, you don't need those additional studies because they're done somewhere else, so you need a bioequivalence. So this is the difference for any person dealing with the regulatory science. These are some of the key area strongly addressed to take your product in a global market. Next. Now I give you some experience because I cannot touch everything because of the time constraint. So I would give example of the barriers in regulatory science in getting a product into market. It's not alone the clinical trial or the other manufacturing. You have done everything. Even after that, you will have a challenge. You will face challenge. So some of these regulatory challenges that might come, the face off with IPR. One of the experience that I have encountered, there are a lot of multivalent vaccines are there in these days. In our time, this was only DPT. Now, quadrivalent, pentavalent, hexavalent. We were dealing with one of the world's first hexavalent vaccine, which is called EasyCX. By the time in this country, another company came in called Sanofi Pasteur, whose name is Hexasim. Same thing. Where are the difference? This vaccine is a must. Now government has mandated. Till now it is pentavalent vaccine which is given to little children. Now it is coming the hexavalent in next generation. Now the difference is the world's first hexavalent vaccine that we Indian made it is a component is DTP. What is P here? Whole cell pertussis, not the acellular pertussis, which American do. Incidentally, we prefer it because the hexavalent of our hexavalent, which is EZ6, the picture shows there, is much cheaper. It gives a little pain, but Indian doctors prefer that. Why? In a clinical study comparing both these vaccines, they found this in Indian children, the immunogenicity outcomes are better in EZ6 in terms of DPT over hexacin. So the immunological outcomes of this comparison of these two vaccines shown, whereas the American vaccine has a very mild pains and effect, but then it is not very well accepted. It is licensed in India, but it is not very well accepted. So these are the challenge when this market, our wholesale vaccine was launched in the market. The Sanofi Pasteur came hounding. They say, how can you market this? We also made the hexavalent vaccine, but they did not accept it. I mean, holistically, that ours is not acellular pertussis based, ours is a wholesale pertussis based. Finally, after a legal battle in the patent office, this both the vaccine is surviving in the market. Next, I will give another challenge, regulatory challenge. I talk about the face-off with the IPR. Now it is the brand face-off. If you have a brand closer to the name, you again face this kind of challenge. Now I am taking the example of one of the world's most leading pharmaceutical company, which is called JISU-PHARMA. Many of you may be knowing. Their blockbuster product is tacrolimus, and the tacrolimus is actually an immunosuppression drug that helps you in organ transplants. So India did not have those drugs. After the expiry of the tacrolimus patent, the Indian company launched this world famous Pangraph, which is another trastuzumab, both in the form of extended release as well as immediate release. But they have two brands. One is the Astagraph, world famous, and the Prograph. We did not have a product. India did not have a problem in marketing Pangraph because it is cheaper. It is as good as the Advagraph and Prograph of Astellas, which is a leading. Actually, to tell you, the JISU-PHARMA earned $5 billion from one single product. So they will be fighting with you at any case when you go into the market. So this company, Panacea Biotech's Pangraph, hit the market. They now got a registration in Canada and other countries. So one of the incidents I will share very quickly, it was in Ukraine, much before this was 7, 8, 10 years before. Our dossier was to be registered with the Ukrainian Drug Authority. Somehow the company, Astellas, saw that our product is being registered because you know these former CIS countries, most of the healthcare are supported by the government, unlike ours that we buy from the private market. So this was the case. So we were trying to register this product, and the same story there because Astellas came and Astellas contested. They bribed the authority there, and we had to appoint a lawyer who is competent to deal with this subject. But the lawyer found to be same Indian style operation, taking dates after dates and then delaying the whole thing. But then after prolonged battle of 4 or 5 years, that Pangraph also got registered. So I am saying in pharma regulation, the world is so huge. It is not alone, this is what we learn in the textbook. In reality, you learn much larger when you are in the domain. So that is what I wanted to say. I give you another small example. Next. Now I talked about the war with the patent, war with the brand. Now it is the price war. Most of these Indian companies are battling with the price war. Who controls? This is not abroad. This is our own country. Who controls it? This is called NPPA, National Pharma Pricing Authority. They have it. When it came, it was thought to be a very draconian DPCO, Drug Price Control Order, which is like a constitution for pharma pricing control in India. And they created a list of NLEM, National List of Essential Medicine. And now, most of these formulations, every year, 2 years, they revise the NLEM list. So most of the important drugs are brought under the control of NLEM. Now the challenge is, anything which is called as a scheduled drug, which are not under this, called as a non-scheduled drug. If the scheduled drug is to be marketed, pharma companies has very limited elbow room, because they cannot increase the price like they used to be. Because you have to you are allowed to increase price annually to the extent that government declares WPI. You know what is WPI for 2005? It is only 1.75%. So if your drug is 100 rupees a tablet, you are allowed to sell next year 1.75. Nothing more than that, you cannot sell beyond that. And you will be astonished to know what was the previous year. It was increase was only 0.5, less than a rupee. So that was the kind of a control now government has. This is the formula which is derived. And when a government have a little draconian rule on that, one way we say is benefiting the ordinary people, other way they have to also see how the best quality will be maintained. For maintaining, you need the price to be controlled, price to be there. Now, what happens? How they control the price? The price is controlled. They take every brand in that category which has a market presence more than 1%. If your product is selling very small amount, you are excluded. So above 1%, all brands are taken, then they average out. Then they notify every company in this country has to follow that. Of course, for the non-scheduled category, you are allowed to increase maximum of 10% in a year. Nothing beyond that. So these are some of the control factors. There are certain exceptions and what you call exemptions. Like for patent, now people say, then why do I do research? Why do I discover? There are provisions. Exceptions and exemptions. What are exceptions? Patented drug. The law says, if you have a drug patented and made for the first time, not yet commercialized anywhere, you are allowed to be exempted from the drug control, price control for the first 5 years from the date of commercialization. That is the law. Now, there's another exemption or exception is given for orphan drug. You know the orphan drug. What are orphan drugs? Orphan drugs are those categories of very small number of patients, particularly in a kind of a genetical disorder kind of situation when you do not have much number of patients. So most of the time, pharmaceutical companies are not encouraged to manufacture drugs in those areas because it's not benefit to the company. So then government is allowing exemption for those orphan drugs. Now what happens? I will give a little example. Before that, there is another law has come in recently in pharma regulation, in price regulation, which is also a part of pharma. The para 19 of DPCO, it's so draconian. Government say under the extraordinary power under the para 19, they either can increase the price or can reduce the price. You cannot challenge or dispute it. That's another point. And actually the emergence of Janaushadhi, what you say, we have many, which is a good idea, not a bad idea poor people get. Janaushadhi came as a offshoot of this kind of exercise, and Janaushadhi, the techniques are different. When you make a price, government make a pricing of scheduled drug, they make it on the basis of the any drugs available in that category which is having more than 1% market share. Here this is different. To bring down the cost further, they say they will take the top 3 brands, their price, and average out what will be the price, will reduce by 50%. So that's why they claim that Janaushadhi drugs will be 50% cheaper in the market and they will be sold as a generic. But then it is a debatable question whether a generic drug is as good as a branded drug. Theoretically, yes, molecule is the same, but it's not the molecule, it's the excipient, binders, everything that factors. Whether that drug content will be released in a system faster or not, but for poor people at least some chance of survival, that's okay. But I cannot guarantee that it is the best quality drug in Janaushadhi drugs. So not giving, I will conclude giving a small exception of orphan drug. Next please. Now, you know this challenge we face sometime. There is a drug called penicillamine, D-penicillamine, which is used as which is an orphan drug. It typically for the patients in Wilson disease. What happens in the Wilson disease is the deposition of copper in the liver, and the patients dies in many cases unless they are chelated out. So the Wilson disease, it's very rare genetic disorder. Some says there are 30,000 in this whole country of 1.5 billion. Some says around 60,000, some says a lakh. I think general estimation is about 45-50,000. But there are only 2 companies because only this many patients, drugs is also cheap. So why pharmaceutical company will feel interest to make it unless you incentivize them? For orphan drug, government has a mechanism to, but they do not do this in this case. So what has happened once, you know, there's 2 company, in two or three companies in India are making it. One is Selamine, one is penicillamine. These are the drugs named. Those are marketed, and suddenly, and unfortunately, the API of this penicillamine D, this Selamine drug, was not manufactured till the other day in India. It was imported from China. We say we are the hub of formulation, but Chinese are the hub of the API. So this API was not available. As a result, these 2 or 3 companies which are making this cheap drug for this number of population were vanished in the market, and a chaos erupted. And what was the chaos? Few patients died, particularly in southern states. They wrote letter to Prime Minister's office and the what you call Minister of Pharmaceutical and Chemicals. Bureaucracy comes in. They simply ask the pharma company, why you are not manufacturing, give answer in 10 days time, this drug, make drug available. But those people do not know how a drug is manufactured unless API is available. Because of the political situation, the APIs are not available regularly. So these were, I remember a WhatsApp group was created for these 40-50,000 people in the country, and drugs were directly couriered to make them survive. Because these are the problems of some of these orphan drugs or rare genetical disorder. Because this particularly happens in high rate kind of a consanguinity kind of things, which is in other words means the when marriage happens within the blood relations. There this kind of disease comes up. So this are more certain pockets of southern India is prevalent. So these are some of the areas I wanted to touch upon. The pharma regulatory science with the practical experience, which we have experience in past. So, and because of the vastness of the subject, you cannot cover everything. With this, I complete today. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, sir. Uh, we would like to show our thankfulness and gratitude to you for sharing your views on regulatory affairs, which is one of the important segment in pharmaceutical industry. To do the honor of thanking you, I would like to request our head of the department, Professor Pinto Kumar De, to kindly hand over the small token of appreciation certificate to sir. Sir, it is a small token of appreciation from our department for having such a informative keynote address. Thank you so much, sir. And now I'll request all the dignitaries on the dais, sir, if you all can come and take your seat in front. We would be starting our lecture session very soon now. You all are requested to kindly take your seat in front, sir. We'll be starting our lecture session by our resource person, Mrs. Averi Das Sharma, Assistant Director, Regulatory Affairs, Fresenius Kabi Oncology Limited. To chair the session, I would request Professor Himanshu Shekhar Maji, Dean Academics, JISU University, ma'am and sir, to kindly come up on the stage. Yes, yes, ma'am. We are now beginning the lecture session with our resource person, Mrs. Averi Das Sharma.
I'll ask the volunteers to quickly, please.
Ma'am is kindly requested to kindly come up on the stage. Before our Dean Academics introduce our today's speaker, I would like to request our Dean Academics to kindly felicitate our resource person, our special speaker, Mrs. Averi Das Sharma. Our guest will be felicitated by our Dean Academics, Professor Himanshu Ji. Please have a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. We'll start with the first session with the deliberation of Ms. Averi Das Sharma, who is the Assistant Director, Regulatory Affairs, Fresenius Kavi Oncology Limited. And she will be talking on the overview of drug master filing in US and role of Site Regulatory Affairs Department. But before she starts, let me share a few words on Ms. Averi Das Sharma. She is a seasoned regulatory affairs professional with over 15 years of progressive experience in the pharmaceutical industry, with a strong focus on chemistry, manufacturing and controls, regulatory strategy and life cycle management. Currently associated with Fresenius Kavi Oncology Limited, she has successfully led the preparation, review and submission of global regulatory dossiers, supporting the development, approval and commercialization of both oncology and non-oncology products across diverse international markets. A gold medalist in both B-Pharm and M-Pharm and a two-time recipient of the prestigious Inspire Fellowship, Averi brings a unique combination of scientific excellence and regulatory expertise. Her work reflects a deep commitment to regulatory compliance, scientific integrity and patient safety. She is widely recognized for her strategic thinking, meticulous attention to detail and her ability to navigate complex regulatory landscape. Her collaborative approach with cross-functional team including R&D, quality assurance, manufacturing and global regulatory authorities has consistently contributed to successful regulatory outcomes. We are fortunate to have you, Averi, on this platform of JISU University.
So, first of all, before starting discussion on regulatory affairs, I would like to take this opportunity to wish good morning to everyone who are present here. My professional mentor, my academic mentor, all are present here. That is a privilege for me that I am sharing dais with them. And the dignitaries from the pharma industry are here. The participants, thank you very much for making time and coming here and joining this session, which is a very brilliant initiative by JIS University to integrate academic and industry together, and particularly on this topic, that is regulatory affairs. I take this opportunity and wish to start on the topic, that is overview of drug master file submission in US particularly, and then the role of regulatory affairs. So we can understand there are two topics on this. One is the DMF submission and the other is role of regulatory affairs. So now to understand better, we will go through few of the topics, like what is regulatory affairs? What are the different types of DMF? We know what is drug master file. By now we definitely have learned or understood what is DMF. So we will also go through quickly the DMF and its types, and the most important section of a DMF, which is the CMC part, that is chemistry, manufacturing and control. The meaning lies in the word itself, chemistry, manufacturing and control, I repeat. Then out of the CMC sections, we will discuss on three important segments of the drug master file, which is control of materials. Now when I go into the further slides, I'll show you examples how it is critical. Then we will discuss on manufacturing process development. In second half, there is a particular topic on it, but I will discuss on the basis of regulatory affairs and process development integration. And lastly, impurities. This is, we can say, the heart of a DMF, and mostly the survey says 60 to 70% of queries orient around these three sections. So if we want to make a good filing, then we have to emphasize on the three sections which I will be discussing further. So let's start with regulatory affairs. So already Gautam sir has given a very good platform and has already given us an understanding what regulatory affairs is, how it's important, the ANDAs, INDs. But today we will be focusing on drug master filing, and to start on it, what is regulatory affairs? Regulatory affairs is a function. Basically, it's a department. We all know that regulatory affairs is a department in a company. And what is its function? It actually acts as a bridge between your company and the health authorities. Now, these health authorities can be FDA, European Medicines Agency, CDSCO, or any health authority of the country. Now, it ensures, here we need to understand, it ensures process development, manufacturing, and maintaining. Only approval is not the end of the regulatory affairs job. You have to maintain it. You have to continue your life cycle maintenance so that what you're practicing in your company is already documented in your DMF and it is submitted to the authority. This is very much important. Now, let's discuss broadly on the functions of regulatory affairs. Now, we can basically segment on the 5 major functions of regulatory affairs. First is regulatory strategy. What is regulatory strategy? We need to understand, the RA professionals who are sitting over here, you should feel pride of it, that you are advising the R&D team to develop a process, develop a product. How you are advising? You are advising with them the current regulatory norms. Nitrosamine impurities. Most of you must have heard about this term by now. This is an emerging topic which has occurred since 2018. The guidelines are continuously changing. So it's the regulatory affairs responsibility to guide R&D that you have to take up the assessment of nitrosamines. You have to take up the assessment of elemental impurities. So this is the vital role. You are advising R&D. Then not only R&D, you are also advising the quality department of your company, the manufacturing department of your company whenever they are coming up with changes. Change is always there. No process continues forever. You keep on improving your process. With every improvement, the role of regulatory affairs comes. we need to understand how. You are supposed to file variations. You cannot keep a change with you without filing with the health authority. So these are some examples where you should take the pride that you are going to lead a regulatory affairs, you will work with the regulatory affairs. This is mostly for the future professionals, the students who are sitting over here. If you wish to join regulatory affairs, you should start feeling pride of it, that you will be guiding the company with rules and regulations. Then comes the core topic, which is regulatory submission. That is the dossier submission. Then the regulatory intelligence. As I mentioned, continuously you are improving your knowledge and also sharing the updated information with your company. So if you are not keeping yourself updated, then how shall you keep your fellow team members updated? So you have to continually work on it. Then regulatory compliance. This is very much important, compliance. We know in quality assurance when we work, when in quality control we work, we know that compliance is a very important term which is integrated into our brains, right? Because we know we have to follow GMP. We have to be compliant. Regulatory compliance is also an important aspect. You have to maintain the rules and regulations. Last is cross-functional collaboration. As I mentioned earlier, you are the guiding star where you will be guiding your fellow team members with what is doable, what is not doable. You have to stop them. Suppose it needs a approval from agency, let them know. Then you make a proper submission. Then you go ahead with change in our manufacturing process. So you should be giving your expertise to the cross-functional team whenever it is needed. Now, we will focus mostly on the Drug Master File. So what is Drug Master File basically? So from the terminology we can understand Drug Master File. So basically it's a document where your process, your manufacturing methods, your quality control details are everything documented. Fine. Now, what is the importance of a Drug Master File? It contains all confidential informations. The company trade secrets are there in your Drug Master File. So as a regulatory person, you are also responsible to keep the company secret with you very secure. So this is also very important. Now, Drug Master File has various other names. So like ASMF. What is it? Active Substance Master File. It's mainly popular in European Medicines Agency. There is another terminology that is CEP. It stands for EDQM, Certificate of Suitability. We generally use the short form of it. Then recently, Brazil has also changed its regulations and they have started CADIFA-DIFA filings, which is nothing but active pharmaceutical ingredient dossier. So these are the various international names of DMF, but principally it contains the confidential information of the manufacturing process of the drug which your company is manufacturing. Just one request, if anybody has any questions, you can definitely raise your hand and ask me. I will try my best to answer that. So during presentation also you can do it, or by the end of the presentation also you can come up with your questions. So we can make it a two-way interaction then. Now coming to the types of DMF. As I said, the topic of today's seminar is US submission. So we need to understand how many types of DMF are there in US. There are 5 types, but the type 1 no longer exists. So now type 2 to type 5. Now already there are details here, but we will be focusing on the type 2 DMF, which is for the drug substance. Okay, that is API. Now type 5 DMF, you might have seen it's written FDA accepted reference information, miscellaneous. So this is a particular type of DMF where you have to take a written permission from FDA then you can go ahead and file a type 5 DMF. Generally, these are miscellaneous informations which does not comes into the category of 2 to 4, like toxicological information. Suppose if you have to give any additional toxicological information, you can use type 5 DMF. Now, if we have to understand type 2 DMF, we need to understand CTD triangle. This is very much important for a DMF compilation. Now, what is CTD triangle? So, all of you can see there are 3 distinct colors, right? Red, then violet, then blue, green and blue. So, basically CTD triangle is a pictorial representation of the 3 components of the common technical document structure, which is followed by every industry for preparing their DMFs. Out of this, there are 5 modules. Module 1, which is completely the regional information, the administrative information. Then comes module 2, which is summary. As we always very much eager to summarize and learn something. So it's summary. Whenever you make a submission, authorities will go through this document to see the summary of your DMF. Then comes module 3, which is the drug substance related quality information, which is also called the quality part. And module 4, non-clinical, and module 5 is the clinical part. Now, as a drug substance manufacturer, we will focus on module 3, that is quality. So, as I said, common technical document is a guiding document which every professional follows, every professional. This is a standard format. If you do not follow this format, your DMF will be rejected straight away. So you are abide and you are bound to follow the CTD format. Now, as I said, 3 modules are relevant for drug master filing. What are that? Module 1, regional information. What informations are captured in module 1? Cover letter, letter of authorization. So, like most of you who are representing the pharma industries, most of you must have issued letter of authorizations. This is a letter, thank you, this is a letter which is issued to an applicant when you are authorizing them to refer your DMF, refer your confidential information. So this comes into the module 1. Now module 2, as I said, it's summary. You have to summarize all your information of module 3 and put it there. Last, which is quality. There you will be having sections 3 to S, which is for drug substance, 3 to P, which is for drug products. In the coming slides, we will focus on 3 to S. Now, DMF. How many sections are there in a DMF? If we broadly say how many sections, there are 7 sections. Now, these 7 sections are having multiple subsections also. How many total subsections? 21. So, now we will go quickly one by one on the subsection information. DMF is a vast document. So, you have to basically, when I prefer to say for very quick understanding what is DMF. Suppose if somebody wants to know about me, what should I present? A resume, right? In resume, we generally summarize our information and present it. So all the members present here, you might be having resumes with you, but they are in different format. Each one of you are having a different format of resume. So it's not harmonized. So for that reason, agency has implemented this CTD format where the resume of the drug will be in the same format. So it's basically resume of your drug where you will be capturing all vital informations. Now, first section. The first section is the general information. This has 3 subsections. What information are you going to give here? All the physicochemical properties of your drug, like cask number, chemical name, UPAC name, then whether it's hygroscopic or not, what's the polymorphic form, what's the isomerism. So all this information goes into section 1. Section 2. this is the manufacturing section. It is subdivided into 6 parts. Now, it's very important because all the manufacturing details what your company is following will come into this section. And it is subdivided into 6. Out of this 6, in today's discussion, I will focus on 2, that is control of materials, mostly the starting materials, and then manufacturing process development, how regulatory is integrated to it. Then comes section 3. This is related to characterization of your API. Suppose you are producing an API, but how will the agency know whether API produced is right or wrong? So you have to give them evidence. Evidence in form of NMR, IR, mass. So by this, through structural elucidation, you will prove that your API has been rightly produced. Now, in this third section, there is one very important topic, which is impurities. So we all know what is impurity, right? So not required materials are impurities, not relevant materials are impurity components. So we will discuss on the impurities. Now, coming to the fourth section. Fourth section is related to control of your drug substance. It is subdivided into 5 sections. Now, control means, now there are some terminologies which will be very accustomed to the industry professionals, but to the students who are here, it may be new to you, but you always have the access of internet and you can go through it and have deep learning on it. Now, control of materials, what does it mean? It's related to specification for your drug substance, methods for your drug substance, how you will analyze it, the method which you are following is pharmacopoeial or not, whether it's validated or not. So all this detail comes into the section 4. Now, section 5, standards. You have prepared an API, but how do you know it is good or bad? You always compare with somebody, right? So when you are comparing your API with something good, that is standard. Section 6, you prepare the API, so you pack it. Those packaging details comes into the container closure system. Last section is stability. You prepared your API, but how long is it stable? Whether it's stable for 12 months, 24 months, what is the support of it? You always have to give evidence of it. So you have to generate stability data, both in real time and accelerated condition. When you are approaching a Brazil market, you have to generate your stability data as per zone 4B condition. So this details comes into section 7, which is subdivided into 3 subparts. Now, a very quick question. So, as we were saying, which module of the CTD contains the detailed information about quality, chemistry, manufacturing and control of drug substance? Anybody from the participants? 3, correct. Thank you so much. Now, one more question. How many sections are there in CMC? 7, correct. Thank you so much. Thank you for being so attentive. Thank you. So, it's 7. Now, as I mentioned, from section 2 of DMF, we will be focusing on control of materials. Now, from the terminology itself, we can understand what is control of materials. API is having multiple components. What are it? Starting material, reagents, solvents, process aids. Now, out of this, the very critical one is your starting material, because from there the synthesis begins and your API is formed. Now, 2 things we need to understand, which is very important and required by the regulatory authorities. One, it should have significant structural fragment in your API. You cannot designate a complex molecule as your API. It should have significant structural fragment. Second, the GMP starts when the starting material enters into the API manufacturing. So this is also very crucial. Now, a very quick pictorial representation. How is it important? See, the starting material is entering into your API process. So as per ICH-Q7, the GMP starts here. Now, why it is so important, we will come to know now. Designation of starting material is very important. Suppose if you have designated a complex molecule, because of many reasons, you have designated a complex molecule as a starting material. You have submitted your DMF. How it is risky? Let's see. You submitted, then agency has defined, no, this is a complex molecule. It is not your starting material. What will happen? You have to go for redesignation or redefinition. What does it mean? It is no longer a starting material. Now, it becomes starting intermediate. That means your starting material has shifted 2-3 steps back. It has now become precursor of your starting intermediate. So, the GMP starting point has shifted. Fine. Now, just imagine you have developed a process, you have invested millions, you have made a submission. Do you know what is the fee of a USDMF? It's almost 96,000 US dollars. So you can understand how much amount we have invested, but now we are in problem because the starting material designation has changed to starting intermediate and the GMP has shifted. Now, as per US requirement, starting intermediate manufacturer comes into the scope of inspection. They must have FEI number. So, once this GMP shifts, that means the starting intermediate manufacturer should have manufactured that component in GMP environment. But because of wrong assessment, it was not manufactured under GMP environment. Because as per ICH, GMP starts after starting material enters into the API process. So, the entire submission is in stake and the product is in stake and the millions which has been invested is in stake. So, it is very, very important to understand the designation of starting material. You have to go through ICH Q11 to understand what are the requirements to designate a starting material. A complex molecule can never be a starting material. There are certain rules and regulations by which you need to understand starting material. So, quickly going to the manufacturing process development. So, here there are certain phases of process development. We will quickly go through it. What are it? Pre-feasibility phase, feasibility phase. Then comes process development phase, which is the lab development phase. Commercial production, process validation and scale-up. So, regulatory is mostly integrated till the process validation phase when you go for a new DMF submission. Once your DMF approves, then you can go into the commercial production and you can look into that. Now, what are the pre-feasibility concepts? What are the pre-feasibility? Whenever you are doing an experimental work in your lab, you always do a literature study, right? So that literature study comes into the concept phase. Now here you will be doing literature review, initial regulatory strategies, lab experiments, all these things comes under the pre-feasibility. Then moves into the feasibility phase. In feasibility phase, you will confirm the viability of the process in lab scale. You will evaluate your process yields, reproducibility, these. Now, coming to the process development or optimization phase. This is the lab validation phase where you will be validating the concept which you have finalized and you will be producing lab scale batches. Here you will define the critical process parameters, critical quality attributes. Now, in US submission, you have to give experimental data to support critical process parameters. This is mandatory. Now comes the scale up, which is also called the pilot scale. And process validation phase is your ICH validation phase. Then lastly comes the commercial production, which always happens after approval. Now, again a quick question. DOE, which we know, design of experiments, comes into which phase? Process development phase or optimization phase. Then which guideline ICH does control this? Q8, pharmaceutical development. Q11 is for starting materials. Yeah. Now the last segment of this today's discussion, which is impurities. This is very, very important because survey says 60 to 80% of agency queries are coming from this section. If you do not make a good filing, including good discussion on the impurities, you will get most of the queries. So what are the different type of impurities? Organic, residual solvents, inorganic, and genotoxic impurities. Now in organic, we have specified, identified, specified, unidentified, and unidentified, unspecified. So first thing, when as a professional, your important role comes as a regulatory here, whether the API is listed in pharmacopoeia or not. If it is listed in pharmacopoeia, then you can easily get an understanding what are the controls. If it is not, then you have to follow ICH Q3A and Q6 to understand the control of your drug substance. Now, in this table, if all of you can see, there is a thumb rule. First, you need to understand what is the maximum daily dose of your API. Based on that, you can calculate the limit. If it is less than 2 gram, then the identification threshold and qualification threshold is already listed. But that is not the end. There is one more thing which you all has to understand, 1 mg per day intake this portion. Because example 1, you can see 600 mg, it is less than 2 gram. So ideally it can fit into 0.1, right? Or 1 mg concept. So what you are seeing, it's the calculation is coming as 0.16. So 0.10 is fine because it is the lower. But if you go into example 2, it is 1100 mg, which is less than 2 gram. But the calculation is coming as 0.09, which is less than 0.1. So you have to take this, not this one. So this is how you, as a regulatory professional, when the specifications are being set, you have to make these evaluations and look into it whether right specification and controls are being taken or not. Now moving to slide 28, it says on the residual solvents. What is it? Solvents, you have to always focus on using class 3 solvents. Class 2 solvents, then class 1. Class 1 is the last option. If there is no process available without class 1 solvent, then only you should go for it. Otherwise, a strict no. Because it is a known human carcinogenic solvent. Now, there are certain rules and regulations in solvents, like you have to generate the data in 3 API batches, and based on the data, you can go for exclusion. But please remember, if your solvent is used in last step, you have to mandatorily make it part of your specification. Now, inorganic, elemental impurities. So these are the metal impurities, which can come from water, which can come from raw material, containers. So you all have to look into the control of elemental impurities as per ICH Q3D. Permitted daily exposures are given there as per the route of administration, whether it's oral, inhalational, or parenteral. Follow the drug product which your API will be used for. If it's inhalational, go for the inhalational limit. If it's for oral, use the oral limit. Last, genotoxic impurities. Now, there are 2 segments, nitrosamine and GTIs. Nitrosamine is a very evolving topic. By now, every pharma industry must have given a nitrosamine risk assessment in your dossiers. So this is a separate topic. the IND persons, the chemistry persons are mostly involved in it. Our role as a regulatory affairs is to see from the various regulatory bodies published guidances whether any limits are already there or not. If the limits are there, ensure to follow them. If they are not there, on the basis of maximum daily dose, calculate the limit and set your control limits. Last is the GTIs. GTIs basically guided by ICH M7, and as a regulatory authority, I can say now the recent requirement is all impurities has to be classified as per ICH M7. There are 5 classes and you have to designate your impurities among those classes. If it comes into class 2, class 1, you have to set a control limit. So, again a quick question for recapitulation. So, which solvent should be avoided? Yes, please?
1.
Class 1. Absolutely. Then, nitrosamines impurities are which type of impurities? Genotoxic, yes. So, there is a norm saying nitrosamine impurities are genotoxic impurities for sure, but all genotoxic impurities are not nitrosamine impurities. So we need to be very clear, nitrosamines and genotoxics are 2 different segments. Which ICH guideline provides guidances on the impurities? Q3A, yes. So, before I end this discussion, a quick wrap up. So what we have discussed today, what is regulatory affairs? It's a bridge between the company and the authority. What is DMF? The types of DMF, we focused on type 2 DMF. Then we focused on CTD triangle because it is the basis of your quality document. Then we focused on the 7 main sections of the DMF. Out of these 7 sections, we focused on 3. That is control of starting materials, how it is important. So as a regulatory professional, we need to be very careful and attentive to understand whether right molecule has been designated as a starting material or not. Then we discussed on the process development phase. There are 6 phases. And then lastly, we discussed on the control of impurities, organic, inorganic, residual solvent and genotoxic. So finally what we can say, regulatory affairs acts as a critical bridge between company and health authorities, ensures regulatory compliance and robust documentation. Not only compliance, documentation should also be robust so that you get minimum queries. That is the pride of a RA, to get minimum queries. Lastly, as a regulatory affairs professional, we also have that leverage. We also work, right? We also take some leverages. What are that? I very much like this quote of a very famous personality. I don't need to know everything, but I need to know where to find it when I need it. That is very important, because resource pool is very important, not memorizing it. If you have a topic on residual solvents, I know I have to go and catch Q3C. Maybe I'm not remembering every point of it, but I know that guideline should be referred. Suppose we are talking on stability. Let's go into the WHO guidelines. So resourcefulness is very important than memorizing as a RA professional. So with this, I conclude today's discussion. Thank you very much for your participation and attention. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Avani. But before you conclude, I will take 1 or 2 questions if you are having quick questions. Any questions from the student side, from the industry side?
Ma'am, yes. Ma'am, which part should include force degradation study?
Force degradation study. See, force degradation study generally is covered in the analytical method validation. If your validation follows exactly what is given in the ICH, the force degradation study will be there. You can discuss the analytical method validation and force degradation study will be captured there. 4.3, section 4.3. Yes. Yes, sir.
I have one question. Now, the design of experiments.
Yes, sir.
Is it for US submission? Is it mandatory or it is a universal expectation? Everybody is doing that.
Actually, design of experiments is basically part of QBD. Now, if you go into the GDUFA completeness assessment, there is a guideline, GDUFA completeness assessment. There you will find a section on, which is section 2.6, where they ask you to give manufacturing process development details. Now, when you are talking in details, that means this design of experiment in QBT will automatically come, because CPPs, the time has gone where you will only write about CPP. This is my critical process parameter. But no, you have to give evidence that how it has derived as a CPP. So when you are giving those experimental models, automatically it becomes a mandatory requirement in case of US submission. You have to have a complete, as I mentioned, last point, robust documentation. We have to go through GDUFA checklist, ensure every point is captured to avoid rejection. One more critical thing, as I mentioned, impurities. The ANDA submission depends upon you, because if you fail to write your impurity section properly, they will get RTR, which is refuse to receive, which means the entire ANDA filing will be rejected. Suppose you are aiming for a parafiling and your ANDA gets rejected. The company is in huge loss. So you have to follow the GDFA checklist thoroughly for US submission. There is a QBR document also which says quality based review. Please go through that document where every details is given how a DMF should be compiled with what information included in it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Averi Sharma, for your wonderful presentation on overview of drug master filing in US and role of Site Regulatory Affairs Department. I request you to please sit. Yeah. Proceeding further, I'll request Sakshat.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So we would not miss the opportunity to say a small thanks to Mrs. Averi Sharma for her very insightful and engaging presentation. And I would request our Dean Academics, JISU University, Professor Himanshu Shekhar Manji, to kindly hand over the token of appreciation to our resource person.
So it's my privilege. I'll also request one of our guests who is sitting on the dais and off the dais also. Anishul, please join hands with Averi. They were our beloved students at Gupta College, and it's my privilege to hand over the token to both of them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Before we move on to our next lecture session, we would like to recognize the participant. So, the Anisur Rahman Malik from Freshness Kabi, one of our participating partner, is being felicitated, is being recognized by our Dean Academics. Thank you so much, sir. As I was saying, that we would like to recognize the contribution of the participating companies for the seminar, who have participated, who have contributed to this seminar. I'll be taking the name of the companies, and there are multiple representatives of the companies, multiple persons from the companies are present over here. So I would have to take one name. So I will be saying sorry to the other person who have come from the same company. So firstly, I would be calling Mr. Ashish Banerjee from Stressenbach Pharmaceuticals, and the token of recognition will be handing over to him by our Dean Academics. Mr. Ashish Banerjee from Stressenbach Pharmaceuticals. Please put your hands together, everyone. Thank you so much, sir. Next, from BD Pharmaceuticals, Shantani Chakraborty. From BD Pharmaceuticals, we have Shantani Chakraborty. Please put your hands together, everyone. Next, we have Partho Sharoti Pal from Abbott Medicaments. I would request Partho Sharoti Pal to come on the stage. He is representing Abbott Medicaments, one of our participating partner. He is the managing director of Abbott Medicaments. All of you, please put your hands together to welcome him on the stage. Abbott Medicaments has participated, contributed to this seminar. We are extremely thankful to you, sir, for coming here, for joining us today, and for your contribution to the seminar. Thank you, sir. Next, we have the delegate Abhishek Jaiswal from Pharmagic Healthcare Private Limited. We are having Abhishek Jaiswal from Pharmagic Healthcare Private Limited. We are very much thankful for your contribution. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Dr. Subroto Basu, Quality Assurance Manager from Shaha Biologicals. We have Dr. Subroto Basu. He's the QA Manager, Quality Assurance Manager from Shaha Biologicals. Shaha Biologicals is one of our participating partners for this seminar. They have contributed over here, and we are very much thankful to have him amongst us. Next, we have Apurva Kumar Bishwas from MC Pharmaceuticals. We have Apurva Kumar Bishwas from MC Pharmaceuticals. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Otono Chakraborty, Quality Head of Palsan Dharma. Otono Chakraborty, Quality Head of Palsan Dharma. Please put your hands together, everyone. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Ganesh Gomet from ASG Biochemical Private Limited. We have Ganesh Gomet from ASG Biochemical Private Limited. Requesting everyone to give a round of applause. Next, we'll be recognizing Bhaskar Sengupta from DP Enterprise. Bhaskar Sengupta from DP Enterprise. All of you, please put your hands together for the moment. Thank you so much, sir. Though we have a more lot to come, all the participating companies, but we will be felicitating or recognize them after few sessions of lecture. I'll request Maji sir, our Dean Academics, to stay back because he is going to chair the next session. The resource person of our next session is Dr. Profullo Nondi, the ex-Joint President, Kerala Pharmaceuticals, ex-Senior Vice President, Head Regulatory Affairs, and ex-Joint Director, Global Regulatory Affairs, President of Kabi, New Delhi. And I'm handing over the session to our session chair, Professor Himanshu Maji. So. Our Dean Academics is felicitating our resource person, our speaker, Dr. Profullo Nondi.
Yeah, thank you, Sakshat. Quickly, we will move on to the second lecture of first session. Dr. Profullo Nondi will be speaking on the title Career Prospects of Regulatory Affairs for Young Pharmaceutical Technologists and how to prepare for it. But before he starts, I'll take the privilege to introduce Dr. Nondi before you. Dr. Profullo Nondi is a distinguished pharmaceutical professional with over 3 decades of experience in pharmaceutical research, quality management, and global regulatory affairs. He has played a key role in the development and international registration of multiple drug molecules. His career spans leading multinational firms such as Apotex and Fresenius Kabi, as well as top Indian pharmaceutical companies including Dr. Reddy's, Sun Pharma, Oakard, Dabur, Alembic, Jubilant, Torrent, and Laurus Labs. He most recently served as a joint president at Cadila Pharmaceuticals. Dr. Nondi is currently the co-founder of Pharma Advice, a pharmaceutical consulting firm offering regulatory and quality services to both Indian and international clients. He also serves as an adjunct professor at DMIHER University, contributing actively to the academic and research development. He has participated in global regulatory meetings with major health authorities such as US FDA, TGA, HPAP, MHRA, EDQM, BFARM, MPA, and CEB. His work has taken him to numerous countries including the USA, UK, Germany, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Sweden, Canada, Australia, and South Africa. He has also collaborated with renowned global consultancy organizations such as INC Research US, CanReg Canada, Alfred E. Becker Germany, Pharmed Portugal, and DI Medicine Regulatory Consultant South Africa. Dr. Nondi holds a master's degree in pharmacy from BITS Pilani and a PhD from Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. His expertise, leadership, and international exposure make him a highly regarded figure in the global pharmaceutical industry. We are fortunate to have you, sir, at JISU University campus. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Maji, for the introduction. Good noon, everybody, because it was supposed to be in the morning and it was a little bit delayed. I must thank the JIS University for providing me this opportunity to be here. All the delegates, those that are attending this conference, the distinguished delegates from the industry, and the faculty members and the students. I must especially thank Dr. Jayan Chattopadhyay because he was my colleague at Fresenius Kabi, who specifically invited me to be here. So I take this as a privilege and opportunity to be here in this session. With this, Wikipedia JISU. I think there is an issue with the PPT, so please bear for some time. So anyway, in this meantime, I'll just take this opportunity to go ahead with the presentation. See, the topic which I have been given is a topic like the career path for the young pharmaceutical technologists for regulatory affairs. So this is a very vast topic. I don't know where to start and where to end. So it took me for a couple of days to reschedule, re-edit those slides, what to add, what not to add. And I'm also not very sure where to start or where to end, because it's a very topic which is a big topic, and it is not necessarily the technical one, but it will be very much interesting for the students to know what exactly we are planning to think as regulatory affairs. So regulatory affairs as a department came into existence somewhere in the, let's say, you can say early 90s, late 80s. Prior to that, there was no regulatory affairs, right? So the pharmaceutical industries were running only based on the production, quality control, and R&D. R&D develops the product, production continues to manufacture it, and quality control continues to test it. There was no quality assurance even in fact at that time. So it was only products, R&D, production, QC. These are only three recognized departments in the pharmaceutical industry, other than the business development and marketing, which role was to get the order from the clients and etc. Regulatory affairs and quality assurance. These were the two terminologies which were introduced in the late 80s or early 90s. Right, that came into the picture. So the PCI, the Pharmacy Council of India, recognized its importance, and they also brought it into the picture, I think somewhere like 2010 probably, that is the time when it was introduced, 2010 or 2015. I think the people who are choosing regulatory affairs or quality assurance as a profession, as a specializations, I mean, there where the weightage remains. Earlier we were having few specializations like pharmaceutics, pharmacology, pharmaceutical chemistry, pharmaceutical management, probably pharmaceutical engineering in some of the universities were providing. Now I think regulatory affairs and quality assurance is the buzzword, and it is the need of the hour. And why it is the need of the hour? Because India, as you know, it's a hub of generic industry. We are not into the innovative industries, because all the innovators are located somewhere in the US, Europe, and other parts of the world. So since we will be manufacturing the generic drugs day in and day out, so the role of regulatory affairs and quality assurance becomes very much important. So just hold for some time. I'm just getting my laptop to open those presentations. We're extremely sorry because this is not opening, so we're just trying to open it. So I will just continue. So the students who have chosen regulatory affairs as a specialization, they definitely they have a lot of scope in the industry, and I mean this is the need of the hour, because since we are into the generic industry, so most of the drugs that is going to be manufactured and quality control, it has to be done as per the rules and regulations of the various countries. Therefore, RA plays a very important role in determining the the quality and the standards, right, for every medicine that is going to be get manufactured and to be exported. Not opening. I think there is some loose connection, so let us fix it. No, it was there. I think there is a loose connection somewhere. Yes, there. Right, so somebody has to fix it. Okay. So we are extremely sorry. So it has taken some time to start working. So this is regarding the agenda. So we are going to take you through the introduction and how the global pharmaceutical market looks like, and what is about the Indian pharmaceutical markets, and what are the activities of the regulatory affairs, and what are the functions. Those are the synonyms, but you can see some slight differences, and the conclusion. Right. So this is all about the presentation. With this, can you please go to the next one? Okay. So regulatory, as I was talking, regulatory affairs as a department came into existence somewhere in the late 80s and early 90s. Before that, RA was not existing as such. Everything was being done by the production and quality control. Even the QA came into existence very late, almost at the same time when the RA came into the picture. So RA is otherwise called as the legal department of the pharmaceutical industries, because they are the people who will interact with the external stakeholders and the internal stakeholders. So they set down, they lay down the rules and regulations that is required for the product that needs to be developed, the product that needs to be manufactured, and the quality control. So we call it as a legal department in the sense from the pharmaceutical legal department, from the pharmaceuticals legislation point of view, not as a company legal department like which the lawyers do. RA is not only responsible for the implementation of rules and regulations governed by the registration authority, but also responsible for fulfilling the statutory complaints at the plant level. So their whole job is to make sure that whatever the rules and regulations of any country, whether it's the US, Europe, South Africa, Canada, Australia, Brazil, even if in India, so whatever is required to be done, it has to be done. So those things are explicitly clarified by the regulatory affairs department. They have to, hold hands in hand with the R&D, production and quality control to make sure that that happens. So then, if everything is arranged, then what QA is doing? The quality assurance job is mainly to implement it, to make sure that whatever is being done in the plant, whether those are authentic or not, that is QA's job. In layman's language, you can say QA is a policing department, because their job is to police that everything is falling in the place or not. But RA is a legal department because they used to make arguments on behalf of the company when it comes to the discussion with the regulatory agencies as far as the product registration is concerned. So many Indian universities have introduced RA as a specialization course in the PG level, looking at the importance of regulatory affairs. So look at the global pharmaceutical market. When you are looking at the global pharmaceutical market, you can see by 2026, somewhere we are going to reach by $2 trillion, $2,135 billion, means it's almost $2 trillion. And where in 2022, it was almost $1.5 billion, right? $1.5 trillion. So the global pharmaceutical market, when, if I can ask a question to the students, $2 trillion means how much in rupees, Indian rupees? Can anybody tell? For the students, $2 trillion when we say in the market, how much it is in the Indian rupees? Anybody can answer? Roughly it is 170 lakh crores, right? So $1 trillion is 85 lakh crores. $2 trillion is coming 170 lakh crores. So what is the India GDP? Somewhere close to $4 trillion. Right? So the entire pharma market in the globe is $2 trillion, whereas the GDP of India is close to $4 trillion. So that means world pharmaceutical market is huge. When you look at, it's almost close to 200 lakh crores, then you can just think what is the market size, and you are going to be a part of that. Every pharmacist who is studying today, who is studying in this university, is going to be a part of the entire world of the pharmaceutical market, right? So you have a huge opportunity, and there is a huge potential of the pharma market. So that's the reason why I'm showing it, that it is getting increased every year by 7.7%. Year on year, if you look at, the market is going up by 7.7% every year, and it is going to reach 2026 is the next year, it will be reaching more than $2 trillion. Next. Then global pharmaceutical market, when you look at, so these are basically the markets. If you look at this pharmaceutical market, probably the pictures are not very clear. If you look at the North America is almost 45%. So if you look at $2 trillion, almost $1 trillion is coming from the US market. US constitutes almost 50% of the entire world pharmaceutical market. Whereas if you look at Europe, it is coming around 20.24, maybe 25%. Let's say Asia Pacific is 25, and rest of the markets is smaller segments like 1%, 2%, 5%. Can anybody tell, out of this $2 trillion, why US is 50%? Yeah. This is the point. Yeah. Why US is 50%? Can anybody tell? Because all the innovator companies are located in the US. All means when I say top 10, 50%, at least 5 to 6 companies are located in the US. And they produce the innovative drugs. Innovative drugs are highly costlier, very, very costly in comparison to generic drugs. Do you know how much India exports as a drug? What is the India's role in the entire world pharmaceutical market? We almost export 20% of the current drug requirements of the entire world. But value-wise, if you look at, I think the next slide you can see, look at the Indian pharma market. 2021, it was $42 billion. And 2024, we have reached $65 billion. So in the market of total $2 trillion, which is coming almost 200,000 crores, then we are almost standing at the $65 billion. So even if it is not 5%, because if you look at 200 lakh crores, we are at $65 billion, which is something like 50,000 crores. Right? In the 200 lakh crores, when you say market, then we are standing at, out of 2 trillion, at $65 billion. That means we are into generic business. Although we are providing 20% of the world, we are called the world pharmacy hub, because as a country, 20% of the entire drug industry, entire drugs is getting exported from India to abroad. But we are not even a 5% of the world pharmaceutical market, because we are into generic business. And as you know, in the generic business, as a layman's language, all I can say, if any medicine is sold 100 rupees in India, by 100 rupees in US, by an innovator, when a generic drug player enters into US market, he has to sell, there is a 90% price erosion. So you sell at 10 rupees. If it is just a layman's language, if any Dizin or Dival, whatever we are getting, whatever is being sold, if it is 100 rupees in the US, by the time Indian generic players, they enter, they will sell only 10 rupees. But in India, we are fortunate enough to get at 1 rupee. That is the kind of, the difference between the India and the US. So therefore you can see, although they are into $2.2 trillion and there is 50% means $1 trillion worth of medicines are getting manufactured in US, we stand at a very low, we stand at a very far behind. Look at the top 10 pharmaceutical companies in the world. So these are the top 10 pharmaceutical companies, starting from Pfizer, Johnson, Abive, Merck. This is just for your information. It may be for academic information for all the pharmacists who are attending this conference. So these are the top 10, you can say, the pharmaceutical industries who are governing this $2 trillion market, right? So all the innovative drugs are coming from them. And as you know, for one innovative drug to be manufactured, it almost takes 1.2 billion US dollar, 10,000 crores. At least you need 10,000 crores, at least you need 10 years, at least you need 1,000 scientists to work together to come up with a new drug. So no Indian industries, whether Ranbaxy in the previous days, Lupin, Glenmark, Dr. Reddy's, Aurobindo, you name the company, everybody had tried to be in the market of new drugs, but they have to stop this program sometimes in between because nobody had the target to spend 10,000 crores for a single drug. Nobody had the capacity because, as you know, this Pfizer and etc. and Johnson Johnson etc. every year their new drug program is at least 10 molecules. That means 1 lakh crores they are only spending in the R&D every year. And in Indian industry, and their expenditure is close to 20% of their revenue. And our expenditure is hardly 5%, not more than 5% anybody spending R&D. Therefore, we don't come up with any new drug. We don't have any aspirations also to be world leader as far as innovative drug is concerned. We are into generic business. Probably we will continue to be the great generic players in the world over the time to come. This we discussed. Look at the global regulatory market. This is just for the regulatory students. If you look at these, the whole world we have classified, but that's an internal classification. If you look at highly regulated market, nearly regulated market, less regulated market. If you look at highly regulated market, these markets are highly regulated because all the rules and regulations are set forth by them. Right? We are just followers. We are following them to a great extent. So look at US, Europe, Japan, Canada and Australia. So these are considered as high regulated market because they have certain rules and regulations which has to be followed. And then the nearly regulated market, we call it Central Eastern Europe, CIS, and Russia, Brazil, South Africa. They are nearly regulated market. They have some rules and regulations in the place. They are not as stringent as high regulated market. And there is a less regulated market where we are also part of that, like India. All Asia, Africa, Middle East, Latin, including India, we fall into a less regulated market because our rules and regulations are not as strong or as regulated like the other countries. Although we are trying to follow them to a great extent, we have been able to, accept WHO recommendations, and we are also trying to put all those requirements like ICS, QBD, everything. We are just trying to put it in the place, but still we are far away from them. In the true sense, we are far, far away from them because for each and everything they do, there is a rules and regulations. For everything we do, we have a rules and regulations, but it is not as up to their standards. And then I classified it further. If you look at highly regulated market, is US, European Union. There are 27 member states. I think regulatory affairs group must be knowing. Then we have a Japan, Canada, and Australia. If you look at nearly regulated market, they're basically in the entire American region. South America, you can see Brazil, South Africa is to some extent, then Central Eastern Europe, then GCC, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait. So these are the member states. Then you have CIS like Russia, Belarus, Moldova, and less. So he is telling me that your dean is telling me only 4 minutes. So I think I have to rush. So, but just this is for your informations. You can always go to the Google it out and find those details. Then global leading regulatory agency, I'm not getting the details. Okay, now I'll come to the pharmacist role in the industry. This is very important for all the pharmacists. I think as far as the role is concerned, we work in R&D, we work in manufacturing operations, we work in quality, regulatory affairs, supply chain and sales. So these are the essential and integral departments of a pharmaceutical industry to operate. So regulatory affairs is one of the most vital department which has a role to play. So we will show in the subsequent slides. Look at the regulatory coordination. Regulatory affairs is sitting in the middle. That is what we are putting. All other departments are at the periphery because they have to coordinate with everybody, including R&D, manufacturing, BD, and quality, because they have to tell exactly how the product has to be developed. Regulatory affairs don't do any practical jobs. Layman's language, they tell it. They are just couriers or postmen. Actually, in the layman's language, everybody tells. But they are behind everybody. I mean, in all departments are basically, although they are able to manufacture, release and do their jobs, but how it has to be done, that has to be trained by regulatory affairs. So regulatory affairs plays an important role in guiding each and every department what they should do and what is the expectations, because they have to face the regulatory agencies as far as its compliance is concerned. Regulatory activities, I think before me, the Averi was telling all those details. Look at regulatory strategy, regulatory approval, regulatory compliance, regulatory intelligence, regulatory submission. Regulatory strategy is designing the pathway, or deciding the pathway for filing. Suppose I am going to US, whether I will go 505B1, 505B2 or 505J. Europe, if I am going, whether it's a decentralized procedure, nationalized procedure, or it is a mutual recognition procedure. So this is all falling under regulatory strategy. Then you have a regulatory approval and submissions. So you make the dossier, submit it, get the approval. Then you have a regulatory intelligence. Regulatory intelligence is nothing, just to know where you stand. So it's a benchmarking among all the pharma industries and to see to what extent you are following them. And the regulatory compliance, although it's a quality assurance job, but mostly also regulatory plays a very important role. Whatever we submit or whatever we commit in a dossier, we must make sure that those are actually existing in the soft floor. So therefore the regulatory compliance comes into the picture. Then look at the regulatory function. So this is one of the most important slides for the regulatory affairs students to know what is the regulatory role. If you look at regulatory role, the review of functional documents, so all the documents that goes for the submission, whether it's a batch manufacturing record, or whether it's specification or a standard test procedure, or it's any other method validation protocols, process validation protocols, reports, anything that goes for the submission has to be reviewed by regulatory from the regulation perspective. So that's a big role which regulatory affairs plays. Compilation, review and submission of dossiers. As we know, ICH, CTD and ECTD, right? You have electronic common technical document, so those things are compiled, reviewed and submitted by the regulatory affairs. Handling of regulatory queries. Once you submit the dossier, then the real challenge comes because you receive a lot of deficiencies from the agency. Those are being discussed with the concerned department by regulatory affairs, and they prepare the response and send it to the regulatory agencies. Management of post-approval charges. This is also one of the most important things. When you file a dossier, product get approved, then we have to continuously keep that dossier in compliance. Means there will be a lot of changes which will take place from time to time in your manufacturing formula, process, equipment, site, batch size, etc. So everything has to be managed through a proper post-approval change procedure where regulatory affairs plays an important role. The next important is training and development. Training has to be provided by regulatory affairs to each and every department on various aspects. So that is also their role. Technical dossiers, when you said, I think Abeli was discussing about the DMF. So it's a role they produce USDMF, EDMF, CP. Then you have marketing authorizations like new drug applications, abbreviated new drug applications and Canadian applications. Then you have investigational applications. Regulatory queries, we have classified into 4 ranges. One is CMC, which we was discussing, chemistry, manufacturing and control. Then bioequivalence, micro and labeling. So these are the 4 sets of queries which usually come from any dossier from the regulatory agencies. So regulatory has a role to look at the queries, discuss with the concerned departments, prepare a response and submit it. Then you have post-approval changes, as you say, minor, moderate, major. Whenever you make any changes in the pharma industry, those are classified into different categories. Something are minor, something are major, something are critical. So accordingly, they have to evaluate it and sent by the regulatory affairs. Training and development, basically these are the ones which is their main role to educate or main role to train the department in the pharma industry. One is the regulatory guidance, because every regulatory agency has the regulatory guidances which is available in the public domain. Somebody has to download it, read it, and then explain it, right? Like you have ISH, as you were telling, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, like Q14, from Q1 to Q14. Somebody has to download it, somebody has to read it, somebody has to explain to the concerned department that this is a requirement of the day. So that's the regulatory role. So regulatory plays a very critical and important role in a pharma environment or setup. Then you have assessment report. For every product when it gets registered, there is an assessment report, how the reviewers looked into different sections of the dossier and what was their feedback. Like you have a summary basis of approval for US. Similarly, you have a European public assessment report, Australian public assessment report, Canadian public assessment report. So whenever somebody is developing a product, he must look at each and everything that is available in the public domain and then necessarily train to the R&D specifically while developing the product, so that they come up with the product which is basically will be a query-free dossier, and to great extent it will be approved in a faster rate. Look at 3A concepts in industry. This I have just put it. There are 3A concepts which we call it accuracy, adequacy, and authenticity. Anything you do in the life, whether it's an home or it's an office or in the company, everything has to be accurately produced, adequately it should be, and authenticity. So the role of regulatory is there in the adequacy. Whatever they are doing, whether it's adequate to meet the rules and regulations of the country or not. Accuracy is the user, is the the department which is creating the informations, like R&D, production, QC. They are into the development, production and testing, so they have to ensure the accuracy. Ultimately, QA is coming into the picture, whose role is to make sure that everything is produced in an authentic manner. There is no fraudulent data, everything that goes for submission is genuine. So that is what the QA comes into the picture. Hierarchies, RA has a big role to play. It starts with your officer, executive manager, general manager. So in the regulatory affairs, you have chosen the right career, are you in the right track? Because for regulatory also there is a hierarchy which is followed. It is not that the head of production or head of quality control or quality assurance will be taking care of RA. So there will be a separate hierarchies for the regulatory affairs. Global regulatory guidance. So these are the guidance document of different countries. I think you all are aware of this. You can go to the website and find it out. Then the references again. I think US, Europe, Japan, Canada, Australia. Everybody has a different website. So those are the sources of those information. Lastly, I put RA acts as a bridge between the internal stakeholders and the external entities. Internal stakeholder means production, QC, QA, RA, and the clinical team. External entities means all the regulatory agencies. RA is responsible for maintaining all-time regulatory compliance of the facility and the product. So any product that gets registered, it's the responsibility of regulatory affairs to make sure that it is compliance is maintained. PCI has designated a very comprehensive syllabus for RA. When I look at regulatory affairs syllabus approved by the PCI, it is very well described, very well comprehensive. It takes care of a lot of things, because in earlier days, RA was, since RA specialization was not there, everybody has to go into the website, read it. But now everything is almost given in the syllabus. RA specialist student can work in any department and do a lot of value addition. It is not that if RA you are passing out RA with a specialization, you will work in RA. You can also work in the production, you can also work in the quality control, you can also work, because basic qualification is pharmacist. You are only getting a specialization in regulatory. So you can work in each and every department and can do a lot of value additions. And it is one of the highest paid departments, nothing to be worried about, because in the hierarchy, when you look at production, quality control, quality assurance, regulatory, ITR, RA is also one of the highest paid department, also one of the. So anybody chosen RA as a profession, definitely you are going to get successful once you put your hard work there, and you will be also earning a good amount. With this I will end, because I didn't have much time, so I didn't go into every slide in the detailed way. So with this I will end my presentation. So if there are any questions, you may feel free, to ask.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Nandi. I'll request the question and answer session, because you are having one more session in the afternoon. Yeah, so since we are running short of time, we'll end here and we'll proceed for the next speaker.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And we would not let you go without handing over the small token of appreciation from Department of Pharmaceutical Technology. Our Dean Academic is handing over the token to our speaker, Dr. Profullo Nandi. I hope this gift will always keep in your heart by the name of Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, JIS University. Now we will be moving to our next lecture session. The last lecture session of this first half. It will be by Mr. Alok Ghosh, Global President Technical Lupin Limited. I'll request Sir, Mr. Alok Ghosh, if you kindly come up on the stage. And this session will also be chaired by Professor Himanshu Ji, the Dean Academics of JIS University. I will request our Dean Academic to kindly felicitate Mr. Alok Ghosh. It's a small recognition, felicitation from Department of Pharmaceutical Technology. Sir, the stage is yours.
I'll take this opportunity to introduce Alokda before you. Say he is Jadavpur alumni, that's why I told Alokda. Mr. Alok Ghosh is a veteran pharmaceutical professional with over 40 years of experience in the global pharmaceutical operations. He retired in 2019 as President Global Technical Operations at Lupin Limited, Mumbai, where he led more than 20 manufacturing sites across India, USA, Japan, Brazil and Mexico. His leadership spanned manufacturing, quality, EHS, supply chain, technology transfer and operational excellence, significantly contributing to the Lupin's global growth. Mr. Ghosh, a postgraduate in pharmacy from Jadavpur University, began his professional journey at Bengal Immunity Research Institute and went on to hold the key leadership positions at Astra Ideal, now AstraZeneca, and Ranbaxy Laboratories. At Ranbaxy, he led corporate quality assurance and later served as Vice President Technical Operations North America, where he was instrumental in setting up US-based manufacturing facilities. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. And most of you understand Bengali, right? Yes. Okay, so that's good for me, good for you. And whenever I feel like, probably I will break into Bengali. Okay? So you see the title of the topic is what we are calling Pharmacy of the World. Now, there's a story behind it, and today I'm not going to overburden you with a lot of slides. Actually, I'll tell you a story how all this happened. And if you have probably I'll take 25-30 minutes, and after that, if you have some questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Okay? The journey, the pharmacy of the world, what is India now claimed all over the world, it's actually a story of 40-50 years. And it's a story of grit, passion, entrepreneurship, hard work, and to some extent serendipity. Now, it all, but first, when we talk about the topic, first understand why they call us pharmacy of the world. What exactly India today? That is one. And then probably we'll get into see what actually triggered to become India pharmacy of the world. And then we'll spend some time to understand what future look for us. Okay? So that's how it starts. I don't have many slides, so you don't have to bother much. Okay. Thank you. So as you see, it says that India supplies, this is actually giving a very high level view of what India as furnishes the world today. India today supplies about 60% of world vaccine. Now, and only one biggest vaccine manufacturing company is in India, that is Serum Institute. And the vaccine manufacturing over a period of time shifted towards India, because one of the things was that some of the vaccines, which like say diphtheria or polio or whatever these diseases got completely eradicated in the West. So West didn't have any intention to make those vaccines, that is one. Number 2 point was that vaccine manufacturing is a low margin product. So big vaccine manufacturers like Sanofi's or Merck or like Pfizer's, they never felt like that why should we make diphtheria vaccines or polio vaccines and all these, because these vaccines are very important even today for African countries, for Asian countries. So slowly it shifted towards India, and today India is the world's one of the major suppliers to WHO vaccines. Incidentally, Bengal was the pioneer for vaccine manufacturing. You know, Bengal Limited, where I started my career, but unfortunately that never took momentum, and eventually that company is also dead today. Now, another point is that one is vaccine. Then India today by volume supplies 20% of the world's medicine. That's a huge in numbers, not in value. And that's the part that India still is a generic field. And generic means low margin product. And that's the reason you don't see that the amount of dollars what 20% medicine should have brought into India, but that's not there. Hopefully someday we'll get into innovation track, and then probably value will go up. Anyway, today India supplies about 45% of the US medicine. That's a huge. In fact, as US moved towards the generic products, and most of the Indian companies are in US supplying generic medicines. And today India, as I said, about 45%, and it is progressively going up and up. India's medicine export is around $28 billion as it stands. It is probably gone up a little more also. And what are the four? See, pharmaceutical is one of the major export earner for India. And what are the others? First is petroleum and petroleum related products. India doesn't have much of petroleum, but India has a huge refining capacity. So what India is doing is refining crude for all over the world and then exporting. Even you have seen in newspapers, like when the Ukraine-Russia war broke out, India actually got the benefit of buying cheap Russian oil, refined it, exported to Europe. And see, ironically what happened was that they were barred for buying Russian oil because of the Ukraine-Russia war. But as it passed through India and got refined in India, that Russia thing was removed, and it was shown as in India exporting petroleum products. So top Indian export is petroleum and petroleum products. Next is gems and jewelries. Third is software and software related services. Fourth comes is pharmaceutical. So India is the fourth, pharmaceutical is the fourth major supply from India as the export. India has, so we have 20, I think it is probably 30 billion now. And out of that, about 9 billion to United States alone. And you must be hearing all this study thing is going on. Probably we can discuss it later part. And then Indian pharma market, that is what we call is domestic market, that is also has grown, and it is about 24-25 billion now. Project today between export and domestic market, we are about more than $50 billion. But this projection is that domestic Indian market is going to go up to more than $50 billion. So that's the projection because of our huge middle class expansion, and the people are spending money for their health care. So it is expected that our domestic market also will go up. And as we say that we are the pharmacy of the world, in fact, today India manufactures almost everything. And most of the, probably more than 90% of the requirements are fulfilled by India alone. We don't have to import medicine, unless until some extremely rare cases where we have to depend on imported products, otherwise not. India is self-sufficient. So all this put together, we have been put as a pharmacy of the world. So India is well placed. Only thing is what is lacking, you see, there's the innovation part. And most of the big companies in India, they have started doing innovation, trying to do new molecule discovery in that path. So far not successful. I think a few days back you must have heard Glenmark getting into an agreement and selling their anti-cancer molecule. That because, see, a molecule from the lab all the way to market, it requires $1 billion. And although some of the Indian companies are big enough today to spend a lot of money, but they don't have that muscle power. So eventually, every company strategy is if they get a molecule and the molecule has promise, and they start trying to take it to the big companies, and eventually some company will find the promise and eventually take it further because it requires a lot of money and it's sort of gambling because at the final stage probably the molecule doesn't come out, then the company loses a lot of money. And the company doesn't want to take that risk. But anyway, as long as the innovation part is, the focus is on there, like Glenmark did successfully. Similarly, other companies, hopefully someday you'll find molecules discovered in India will get into the market. And today we are in volume, we are quite large. But probably in future, someday will come when even value chain we will go up. Like you see, India supplies about $9 billion or $10 billion worth of medicine to the United States, which is about 45% of their domestic requirement by volume. But US alone is about 600 billion market. So where are those values? Those values are essentially are all innovative products, and that's they make money with. Okay. We go to the next slide, and this is what if you give an overview, a very high view. Actually, these two incidents actually shaped up Indian pharmaceutical industry. And as we are saying, the serendipity, this is probably these opportunities that came and which actually made Indian companies what India today. First was Indian Patent Act, 1970. If you really think of India in 1970, India was, today whatever 6% or 6.5% GDP growth we have. In those days, India used to grow 2.5%. In socialist structure, everything was under control of government. And in that time, there are a lot of poverty there. So people were not having much money to buy medicine, although the drug price control thing was there from the very beginning in India. But in spite of that drug price control, many people are not able to afford medicine. So India came out at that time as what we call is, during Indira Gandhi's time, that was the Indian Patent Act. And if you read carefully, and the way it was done that way that India recognizes patent, whatever it is there. If you read that, it is saying that a product patent protects the final product itself, which is fine. Getting exclusive right to manufacture, sell and distribute that specific product, while process patent protects the method or steps used to create a product. So they classified it this way that the product patent is there and they just excluded and put a process patent along with that. Cleverly done to trying to say that as long as there is a patented process and with that patented process the product has come, we honor that. But if the process is not patented yet and we get the same product, we should be allowed to market that product. So that, you can say flaw that they worked on that. You see, there was a organization, it started in 1946, this is called GATT. This is General Agreement on Tariffs and Trades. It started in 1946. India immediately after independence actually became member of GATT. But GATT fundamentally remained ineffective because of, see, in 50s and the 60s, a lot of countries got independence from the colonial rule. India got in 1947, but there are plenty of countries came out from British rule, French rule, Portuguese rule, and these new independent countries never became part of that GATT. So that was realized sometime in 1994, and GATT was revised to include all these countries. So, but in 1994, they came up with the idea that it is important to protect the patent and to bring order in the export and businesses. World Trade Organization came into being. And in 1995, World Trade Organization came. India was given 10 years time period because India was a developing country. So they allowed India to become member of WTO, World Trade Organization, 10 years to comply. And eventually India complied in 2005, after 10 years. Now, during that time, if you think of that time, the India, in 1997, the Patent Act came, but what it did was that a lot of Indian the technologies, pharmacists, chemists, engineers, these people got a chance to work on the process. So if I give an example, like say one of the world's top selling product was atorvastatin. It is originally was a Warner Lambert product. Pfizer saw the potentiality in that product. So Pfizer bought Warner Lambert, and then Pfizer launched this product in US market in 1995 with a brand name called Lipitor. And it is one of the success stories in pharmaceutical industry because at heyday, Pfizer used to make $14 billion only one product. $1 billion, if you think of Indian money, 8,500 crore rupees in today's exchange rate. And imagine a company, only one product, they were making $14 billion. So that was atorvastatin story, Lipitor, in 1995. Ranbaxy launched atorvastatin in Indian market in 1999-2000 with a brand name called Storvas. Now, how did it happen? It happened because of 1970s that Indian Patent Act. What they did was that they changed the process and came to make the same product atorvastatin and launched the Indian market. Western world, you know, many people say that Indians are pirates, which probably, if you think of the prism of patent rules and regulation, intellectual property, that's probably true. But if you look from the Indian point of view, where a product like atorvastatin, Ranbaxy launched damn cheap. Today probably there will be 25 or 30 brands in Indian market of atorvastatin. So it tells you that what that 1970 Indian Patent Act did for India. What it also did, if you take today's top pharmaceutical companies, call it Lupin, we call it Dr. Reddy's lab. In those days, Ranbaxy is part of Sun Pharma. Okay, I'll go far. So these companies actually all grew because of that Indian Patent Act 1970, because they had the chemists and technologists and all that. They really worked to see to it that they get the same molecule but change the process. Incidentally, I am now remembering in one of the, you know, Dr. Anji Reddy, who founded Dr. Reddy's lab. Dr. Reddy's lab made ibuprofen API. And in one of the seminars, when the questions of Indian products quality and the patented process product quality came up, Dr. India Reddy actually said that Reddy's ibuprofen has much lower impurity than Innovator's product. So his sarcastic comment was that if we have to match your quality, I have to add some impurity in my product. So this is how it started and the growth. Another thing happened during that time, what is called is Tax-Watchman Act 1984. What the problem was, even today it is there, United States was going through, the drug prices. The common people were not able to afford. And the primary reason was that when the innovator product loses its patent is granted for a certain time, right? So the patent gets expired, there is no regulatory pathway to bring another product comparable to that product. So innovator was merely making money after patent expiry, and because there was no regulatory pathway, and they were extending their patent with frivolous all these improvements and all the listing it down. So Waxman and Hatch, Orrin Hatch and Jeremy Waxman, দুজন US senator, একজন Republican, একজন Democrat, and they started thinking, what do we do? None of them are actually technologists or science background, but they understood and they brought a bill in US Senate, which is the famous Wax-Hetman Act. তার একটা official নাম হচ্ছে the Drug Price Competition and Patent Term Restoration Act. What it means? It means if there is a patented product and a generic company wants to bring that product, they have to bring it in generic name, one. Number two, they have to prove that this product is bioequivalent to patented product. So that's why the bioavailability and all these things came. Earlier, FDA had a thought process is, even if another company wants to bring the same product, even if they want to make it a generic product, they have to go through a clinical study. So Wax-Hatchman actually changed that and made it such a way that if there is a company wants to make the same product, they have to simply prove that my product is bioequivalent to the innovator product. And that should allow them to market the product after expiry. And another point they have put, which those who are in the regulatory, you will know, first to file, and Indian companies, there's a mad rush to get first to file. They put a clause also saying that if you challenge that patent anytime in its lifespan, and if you can prove in the court that patent is frivolous, and then the FDA will allow you 6 months first to file. In 6 months, you will be the only company other than the innovator to make this product. So that's actually normally, as somebody was saying, that if a product, the innovator product costs $100 in US market, as it becomes generic, the product's price comes down to $5 to $10. That's all, because there are a lot of companies making the same product, prices go down. In first to file, innovator product is there, and there is only one generic product. The price advantage they get huge, which is probably with $100 they will be able to $65–70. They will be able to sell the generic product, and that's why they rush. But if you think about the whole thing, you will find that that was done only to give comfort to the American citizen that the drug prices are too huge. The branded companies, innovator companies, they are taking advantage of this flaw, so they broke that and allow FDA to come out with that. That's how the generic industry came up. So if you go by in hindsight, you'll find in 1970, India put a patent act which actually disregarded the process, and Indian companies were merrily changing the because we had talented chemists and engineers, so they could do it. And next came was this Wax-Hatchman Act in 1984 that boosted the whole thing. So by the time 2005, India signed the GATT, where they said that now the Indian Patent Act is no more, we follow whatever the internationally followed. Indian companies became strong enough and started working on it. And in the process, what happened was that they learned the tricks. They learned the chemistry, they learned the regulatory pathway, even they understood the patent processes. So the companies survived on their own. And during that time, another thing happened was, in 1991, India opened the economy. Before that, it was a closed economy. So once the economy was opened up, so Indian companies were asked to operate worldwide, anywhere. Any company can come and Indian company can go abroad. So in the process, what happened is that the entire knowledge came in, and Indian companies are what today. So that's what actually history of why India became pharmacy of the world. And if you really think of it, that two incidents actually triggered the whole thing, and today what we are. And the last slide, this is my last slide. It is actually talking about the future and where we are. So one is that we are self-sufficient today. For medicine, we don't have to look outside, import or anything. 1.4 billion people can survive Indian medicine. Then we have those brilliant pool of engineers, scientists, other technical people. Our understanding of IPR regulatory requirements is at par with the international understanding. India has, outside United States, we have the largest number of manufacturing plants approved by US FDA, so that's a huge strength for us. We have now the companies have grown financially strong, so they really fight the cases in the court. See, some of these patent cases, it's spending anywhere between $200 and $300 million. They take that risk today to get their first to file approved, because they know now that if we get an approval, and then we'll make the money much more than this. So that's the risk they can take today, because they have become financially large, financially stable, homegrown pharmaceutical giant. We have probably one of the most efficient, cost-effective manufacturing in the world. And lastly is India has a huge middle class now, and the middle class is about 500 million people. So they are now spending money in healthcare, which earlier it was not there. So Indian market is also growing. As I was saying, that we are projected to be about 50 billion market in India alone. So that's all. Thank you very much. They are pressurizing me not to prolong it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alubda. We can understand that India has got a large prospect in the development and marketing of drugs and pharmaceuticals, and where the innovation has a major role to play. Thank you. Thanks for your delivery.
Anybody has any question?
Thank you so much, sir. We are extremely sorry to indirectly forcing you to stop the presentation, but it was not our intention at all, sir. We are extremely thankful to have you. Now our Dean Academic is handing over the token of appreciation from Department of Pharmaceutical Technology. We are extremely thankful to have you amongst us. Now, I know we all are hungry, you, me and everyone. We are running very short of time. We are not being able to maintain the time schedule because of few things. We had some technical faults as well in the middle. But the panelists we have, who are the people who are working actually with the regulatory affairs, they are also having some preoccupied time in the second half. So we have to do the panel discussion. It will be a 30-minute panel discussion. The panel discussion will be very, very helpful for the industry person, because they also want to know what actually the regulatory affair, the compliance is looking for. So it is humble request from our department to please be with us little bit more 30 minutes. After that, we'll definitely be having lunch.
Hello.
And for the panel discussion on path to implementation of revised Schedule M and its challenges, I would like to request to come on the stage Mr. Arup Chatterjee, Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO, East Zone, Kolkata. Mr. Soumitra Das, Inspector of Drugs, Directorate of Drug Control, Government of West Bengal. Dr. Subhash Chandra Mondal, National General Secretary, Indian Pharmaceutical Association and ex-Assistant Director of Drug Control, Government of West Bengal. And Dr. Muktipada Rana, President, Indian Pharmaceutical Association, West Bengal Branch. And he has also served as ex-Assistant Director of Drug Control, Government of West Bengal. This panel discussion will be chaired by our own professor of the department, Professor Jayanta Chattopadhyay. And I'll request sir if you kindly begin the panel discussion, sir.
Good afternoon all. So we don't have much time, as there is a time over and you can see.
But this panel discussion is very important, at least for the small industries here. So let me start quickly without any other introduction. Our topic is implementation of revised Schedule M and its challenges. So all of you, those who have already filed for time extension, so your evaluation will start in early 26, and you have to prepare for that. And now I will request Mr. Arup Chatterjee, Deputy Drugs Controller, this zone, to advise you what you should do at this hour.
Whether industry has any question, let's start.
Okay.
Whether industry has any question, I think the time is very limited. So I think starting by answering the question to specific queries would be better. Whether if there is any queries regarding implementation part. Because the filing of the form A is over, and your implementation will start from December 30. Time is up to December 31st, and after that the implementation of the revised Schedule M will be effective for farms up to 250 crores, and farm of turnover up to more than 250 crores, it is already effective. So what is there any specific query from anybody? Yes, tell me.
There is 14.
Hello.
Hello. In 1415, it is written that for raw material testing, the raw material other than APIs, if released by QC department, without specific batch testing for use in manufacturing, it shall be based on vendor approval and statistical data analysis of earlier test result of such material for release. So, is it required to visit their plant for this validation, vendor approval?
Yes, it is. If it is possible, it is always advisable that if you for approval of the vendor, you visit the vendor. But in many cases, the visit of the vendor is not possible because say the API is imported. In that case, the visit of the vendor site is not possible. So in those cases, you may not visit the vendor. In those cases, you may ask the vendor site master file and all these things, and based on that, you can approve the vendor.
Their GMP license and
yes. GMP license, and even you can ask for site master file and all these things, and based on that you can whoever they are supplying, and based their past history and whether they have any failure, quality failures, all these things, we call this APQR, performance quality review. This data you can ask from them. Based on this, you can approve the vendor. It is not mandatory that you have to visit the vendor, but if you can, it is better.
Secondly, sir, 1974, it is written as for starting material. That part test can be done for any starting material, but here on-site vendor audit is mentioned. Instead of full test, part test can be done, but there is mentioned on-site vendor audit. So it is mandated to audit the firm on-site.
I have to see.
Another question. In page 182 for parenterals, particle count limit for ISO 7 and 8 is mentioned, is not matching with ISO actual guidelines. ISO 14006-441 version 2015 is not matching with the our GMP guidelines. It's slightly different. Means 2900 in ISO 2900 in our guideline, but it is 2930 in ISO actual guideline. Also for ISO 7 and 8.
I'll take your earlier question regarding visit of the vendor's manufacturing facility. That is not mandatory, but you should have your own SOPs or the procedure how to approve the vendor, how to qualify. So you can go through the documents and ask them what are the documents you required. Then you can go with this and you can visit their manufacturing facility and decide. Even in other country also, I know a few companies, we are also visiting factory in China and abroad. It is up to your satisfaction. That is the first one. Regarding the second question, always if you are going for implementing Schedule M, in that case, whatever written in your Schedule M, you have to follow it. Don't think over that whether it is ISO matching or not. That is not your requirement. Thank you.
Anybody?
Introduce yourself.
And I have a question. If any analysis is based on IPBP testing, then it's necessary to AMB for finished product.
Analytical method validation, you said that.
Yes.
Based on
Analytical method validation is not required, but verification of the test is required. Before conduct of the test, verification of the test is required to be done. Validation is not required, but you have to verify.
I'm a representative of JISU-PHARMA. Myself, Ganesh Kumpe. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sir, we have USFDA approved facility, and whenever scheduling is implementation, then that time we are using all the checklists as per scheduler, and we are finding some of the gaps in our system. So we have the filed the scheduling implementation and as per the requirement, and in between we require the WHO GMP COPP certificate to apply for some of the products. Can we apply and obtain the WHO GMP certificate during this implementation of Schedule M?
You have submitted Schedule M implementation certificate. You have already USFDA approval.
Yes.
Why not?
Now we are going to apply for the WHO GMP COPP for some of the products we require. So
Yeah.
we are going to filing. Yes, there any objection from the state FDA?
No.
So we can.
But these are two different certifications.
Okay, so we can apply for this.
Yeah, of course.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Inaugural from ASG Biochem. I have one question for in your purview.
normally the shelf life of the product is established based on the stability study. But if the product is same, having the different specification, IP, USP, PP, it is mandatory to perform the stability as per all the specification, or we can choose the most stringent specification and we can submit any of the regulatory submission based on that stability study.
You have to perform based on every specification.
Separately, all the
Yeah.
specification has to be.
Whether you have licensed, the license, based on which specification you have the license?
All the license we have, USP, PP, IP.
So specifications, the specifications are the specifications are similar to all the
No, specifications are not similar. It's a different. But my question is, if we choose the most stringent specification, either it is IP or USP or
it depends on
so
the
that based on that specification, if we perform the stability analysis, then can based on that stability analysis, shelf life can be established for all the products because route of synthesis of product is same, but the specification.
It depends
is
on the
only
regulator actually. It depends on the regulator. If you can satisfy the, if you can justify and if you can satisfy the regulator, I think it can be done. If you can choose the stringent specification and you can submit the stability data. But it is up to the regulator that whether he will accept or not, because it is nowhere written that you can do that, because it is up to his prerogative that whether he will accept or not, because it is not written there. You have to justify that, and it is up to his jurisdiction that he will accept or not.
I can supplement here this question. Whenever you are complying with certain requirement, in that case you have to conduct the test and submit the document as per their requirement. So if basically your factory in India, then you have to satisfy Indian legislation. There are specific requirements, and getting a license from Indian legislation, you have to submit all those documents to satisfy them. And whenever you go for US FDA application, then you have to satisfy them. That means you have to conduct the test as per their requirement. So, and you and me are not in a position to decide which one is stringent. No. So, it is best to go for conducting the test as per the required document by the concerned authority. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think it will be better as such, Dr. Jayanto Chatterjee, the moderator, and he visited so many factories. It is better if he asks the question on their behalf. After that, if any question from the manufacturer, then we will answer the question.
Please.
Hello, I am Shobika Jana from MC Pharmaceutical. I have a question. According to DSR 922E, excipients are supposed to retain for 2 years. Why only 2 years?
Please repeat your question.
According to DSR 922E, excipients are supposed to retain for 2 years. Why only 2 years?
Okay. Our question is excipients are supposed to, as a retention sample, excipients are
Yes.
Supposed to be there for 2 years.
Depends on the stability.
Sir, actually, is there any logic for retention of 2 years? Why one, not 3 years, or not after expiry of the product, or something like that, which is applicable for API?
Okay. So they are talking about excipients now, not so critical about it. I can probably address your question.
Okay, sir.
See,
Okay.
excipients are not the active pharmaceutical ingredients, and normally expiry date is usually 3 years in a product, usually. Now, if any product complaint comes normally, and it may not be excipient related always. So 2 years is sufficient time for any product complaint to surface. Normally products are used after manufacturing. Within 2 years most products are sold. So 2 years is a line. Otherwise, extending API definitely we can keep for, probably you have to keep for more longer period. And excipient being not so critical like API. So they have given a time of 2 years. It is their decision. Okay.
Okay.
So I have a few questions. I have already collected from there. During the implementation challenges, I am talking about smaller companies. What they face that if they have to do analytical method validation, supposing a company is producing 30 or 40 products, now they cannot do analytical method validation of all the products at a time. It takes time. So my question to you, sir, that is it, supposing some company has started the journey, like done 3 or 4 analytical method validation, so what will be the regulator's point of view? That means it will definitely take some time.
So in this case, the company should choose their product based on the criticality and also the product that are most frequently produced and start validation. And the product that is supposed to come up with failures and the product that is the analysis and based on the most, that is based on the criticality, start validating those products, analytical method that is most sensitive products, and start validating those, and they may group products those are similar in characteristics, and based on this start the journey.
And I think from the answer I got, same thing is applicable to process validation. That means you can probably find out your most critical products or products most frequently produced, and you start with their process validation, and then extend to other products. The second question is, some of my industry friends have asked me that for cleaning validation, WHO or ICH guidelines are very elaborate. So how much to start with?
Let me answer the question. Actually, in this case, we have to, as such, no guideline has been given. So we have to follow the international standard mentioned in WHO-TRS, or we may consult with the USP or EU, European Union guideline. So anything you can choose it, and the same case in case of the cleaning validation also, I think.
The second question is another issue we find, that microbiological testing of the products. Now in IP, microbiological testing of all products is mandatory. At industry, our observation is that everybody is not starting their microbial testing batch by batch. So is it mandatory to do microbial testing batch by batch? As per IP, you are supposed to do. Whether kind of validation is acceptable, or every batch before release has to be tested by microbiology. I am talking about drug products, oral liquids or ointments or something like that. So is it any validation you do, or every batch has to be tested? Sure.
As per the regulation, you have to do the test for every batches. But if it is not at all possible, you do the validation, taking the representative samples and results from different batches and place before the regulator. It is up to the regulator whether they will accept or not. That is my understanding.
Also, based on water activity calculation, you can justify that whether microbial content, microbial activity and microbial content testing needs to be done or not. That can be justified, and based on that, your submission you can submit to the regulator. But whether regulator, mostly regulator accepts that. In ointment, it may not be, if it is not a water-based vehicle, in ointment it may not be required, but in OSD and liquid, as per regulation, it is required.
So, anybody has any other question? Otherwise, we can, close this discussion. Okay, please.
From Pharmaceutical Private Limited. Working standard qualification in case the related substance test is needed or not. Qualification for working standard, then related substance test is needed or not.
If you have any working standard, that means you are testing it against a reference standard. So you have to do all the tests. You cannot just do assay and qualify the working standard. You have to test as per all the specifications. That includes related substance, because working standard is a material on which you will start releasing products. So it has to be, comply with all the specifications. So related substance method is required.
But sir, already a working standard is already approved. A approved material we take for working standard. So it is already approved for related substance test. So we can take for assay LOD what is mentioned in different guidelines.
I don't get your already approved means it is tested by you.
Tested.
It is fully tested.
Fully tested.
So you.
But you cannot generate a working standard against a working standard.
No. Generate a working standard against a reference standard, but that working standard is a working material which already has been tested and approved.
What about the related substance?
First of that working standard test first for that working standard.
Working standard in terms of reference standard, that should be tested. But in case of the related substance, whatever may be, that should be tested separately.
For assay purpose?
What he is saying that he has a raw material, that raw material has passed in all terms. That raw material he needs to, he intends to, yes, he needs to qualify, he intends to qualify as a reference standard, working standard. In that case it is acceptable, but in that case you have to, not all cases, but in cases you have to do that duplicate test and all these things that you need that in case of.
Is there any other question? Otherwise, we have to close this session because we are already delayed. So I think I thank you everybody for participating, and we are closing the session. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. We will not let all of you go till the time we take the opportunity to recognize your presence today, because presence of yours is making this, increasing the glory of this program so much. We have been waiting for this panel discussion, which were very much important. I would request our Professor Jayanto Chattopadhyay sir. So if you kindly hand over the tokens to our esteemed guest. Firstly, Mr. Arup Chatterjee, Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO, East Zone, Kolkata. All of you, please put your hands together.
Sir, educate what?
So we have a special gift for you. This will help you to keep us in your mind forever. Next, we will be thanking Mr. Soumitra Das, Inspector of Drugs, Directorate of Drug Control, Government of West Bengal. Next, we will be thanking Dr. Subhash Chandra Mondal, National General Secretary, Indian Pharmaceutical Association, and he has also served as Assistant Director of Drugs Control, Government of West Bengal. We are extremely privileged to have you amongst us, sir. Next, we will be felicitating Dr. Mukti Rana, President of Indian Pharmaceutical Association, West Bengal branch, and he was also ex-Assistant Director of Drug Control, Government of West Bengal. Dr. Mukti Rana, President of Indian Pharmaceutical Association, West Bengal branch. Thank you so very much to all the panelists. Your precious presence have made this seminar very, very successful. We would definitely like to see you again in our campus. Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, JISU University, feels the extreme pleasure of your presence. Thank you so much. The lunch will be served now for the students. All of you please take a moment. All the student and teacher representative will take their lunch from room number 619, and the delegates, the industry professional who have come, they will take their lunch from room number 201. Industry professional delegates will take their lunch from room number 201, and the students will take their lunch from room number 619. All of you please take your lunch, have a refreshment, and we'll start it after 40 minutes. We'll start it after 40 minutes. Have your lunch. We'll see you again. Thank you.
সব রেকর্ডিং করে দিয়েছি ফোন করছি দেখছেন না এভাবে চলবে কি করে দেখবো আচ্ছা আমিও আছি ওটাই তো বলছিলাম আমি এটা ধরবো কি করে ঠিক বাপরে এলাম তো ভিজে যখনই ফোন করছিলাম দেখে যে এই ব্যাগটা রেখে দে দিয়ে দিলাম এখানে থাকলে মরে যাবো আমি আগে পিন্টু স্যার এসে আগে লাঞ্চে ঢুকে তাই না আমি আপনার লাঞ্চ করে নিয়েছি পিন্টু স্যার ওই ব্যাপারে খুব খেয়াল রাখে ভালো আছেন অনেকদিন পর পিন্টু স্যার কি ঢুকিয়ে লাঞ্চ করে দিয়েছে হ্যাঁ প্রতিদিন গিয়ে লাঞ্চ করে দিয়েছি তুই ভালো আছিস তাহলে আমরা জাস্ট হ্যাঁ কোথায় চলবেন সবাই যেটা শোনা যায় চলে যা তুই চলে যা চলে যা তোমাদের কি কারো খাওয়া হয়েছে না না এমন কোনো ভলান্টিয়ার আছে যারা খাওয়া হয়েছে না একজন কেউ থাকলে ভালো হতো আমরা দুজন আছি হ্যাঁ অলরেডি একজন থাকলেও হবে ওর দরজা বন্ধ করে মানে অলরেডি একজন থাকলেই হবে এত কিছু জিনিসপত্র আছে দরজা বন্ধ করে স্যার হ্যাঁ ফ্রি যাবে তো চাই পুরো বিরতি তো আছে ছন্দা হবে না না স্যার সার্টিফিকেট হ্যাঁ ওই তো জিতে গেছে চলো অরিন্দা হ্যাঁ যাও ওখানে কি আছে এই অনুমান এটা খাওয়া তো
এর ভিতরে ঢুকিয়ে
ওই তো তুই খেয়ে কে তুই খেয়ে নিস আমার তো এর প্রোগ্রাম আছে তো আমারটা ম্যাচ করতে হবে 2 মিনিট আমি তো ট্রাই করব তুই কিছু বললি তুই জাস্ট বসে থাকবি জাস্ট 2 মিনিট বসে ও ম্যানেজ হয়ে যাবে তুই চল না এটাই তো ওটা কোন কই হ্যাঁ আর কুপন এই তো দিকে আমরা কি আবার দিয়াই সেন্টার কিসের কুপন দে কি আবার কুপন চাইছিস দাঁড়া আচ্ছা এইটা এখানে রাখলাম কিন্তু আমার হ্যাঁ তুই ওখানে রাখ না তাহলে কুপন কি চাপ হয়ে গেল আর কি চাপ পত্রা এটাই অন আরে কি ব্যাপার আরে ওই সব একদম থাকে না তুই থাক আমরা এখনই আসছে খেলে ও চাই দেখি আমি আসছি আমি 2 মিনিট পর আসতে
ফটো তুলে নিতাম আমরা হ্যাঁ 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 আমি ওটাই বলছি
আপনাদের কি মূল প্রোগ্রাম প্রায় শেষ নাকি আমার সেকেন্ডটা? ম্যাডাম এখানে তো জলের বোতল হয়ে গেছে অনেকগুলো, এটা গোটা রাখলাম টেবিলে, যেগুলো হাত খাওয়া সরিয়ে দিলাম। ম্যাডাম ভালো দেবো, দিচ্ছি ম্যাডাম। ম্যাডাম বাবা একটু পেছনের গেটটা একটু বন্ধ করে দাও না, ওটাকে একটু ভালো করে ভেজিয়ে দাও, এসি চলছে তো টেম্পারেচারটা নষ্ট হয়ে যাবে।
ওই এটা কি লাইভ চলছে? স্ক্যাম চলছে তোর সাথে। ওই এটা কি লাইভ চলছে? আবে এমন লাভ দেবো না ফোনে এখন। লাইভ চলছে? এখন ফোন করে হঠাৎ হঠাৎ ভাই শুনতে দিয়েছে। কে? দাঁড়া ছবি তুলে ফোন করছে।
যে হালকা করে টানলে খুলে যাবে প্যাশনার থেকে।
হ্যাঁ
ওটা আমাদের জিনিসটা হচ্ছে কি একটা ছিল মণিপুর স্টেট ক্লাস
হ্যাঁ
মণিপুরে একটা করেছিল
হ্যাঁ
সেইখানে
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা
তো সেখানে হ্যাঁ কোথায় যাবো বৃষ্টি পাতলা চলছে
বেশি ঠান্ডা নেই ঠান্ডা লাগছে না
ঠান্ডা লাগছে ঘুরে আসা যাচ্ছে
ঠিক আছে
তো ব্যাপারটা হলো ওষুধে
কিরকম আছে কিরকম ভালো পুলিশ
হ্যাঁ
তখন কি পড়াশোনা মণিপুর ড্রাগস বলছি হিন্দুস্তান অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক্স
হ্যাঁ
হিন্দুস্তান অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক্স তো বিশাল
ও তো বিরাট ব্যাপার এবং যাই হোক তারপরে ওখানে ওই মণিপুর এনএসডিপি একটা মণিপুরে করছিল সেখানে ইন্টারভিউতে গেছিলাম তখন এই হয়েছে বললো একটা জিনিস স্টে করে দেয় না ওটা করবো না এখানে অ্যারেঞ্জ করে দিচ্ছে তখন তো আমার সুযোগ আছে গেলাম আমাদের বাড়িতে বিশাল কোর্স কোয়ার্টার
গভর্নমেন্টের তো বিশাল কোয়ার্টার হবে
তখন কথাবার্তা হলো একই ধরনের আছে ও তো গুজরাটের মহিলাকে বিয়ে করছে
হ্যাঁ গুজরাটে দুটো মেয়ে দুই বাইরে থেকে
তাই
শুনেছি ওদের ওখান থেকে তো বাইরে যাওয়া সুবিধা না
খুব
আমার সঙ্গে দেখা করা দরকার কথা বলা দরকার যে তুই কবে করেছিস এখানে আসবি না মা অনেকদিন আগে মারা গেছে
আচ্ছা
হ্যাঁ
তো কালীঘাটে তো অ্যাকচুয়ালি থাকতো চারশো কিছু ও বাড়িটা ছিল এখানে তো সব ছবি
ওনাতে
না না এখানে
এখানে এখানে তো কাজে ইয়ে
চার্চের কিছু
আমি গেছিলাম তুই যাচ্ছি
একবার গেছি
তারপর তো ওর একটা ইয়ে স্পেসিফিক একটা ভাই ছিল একটা দেখতে হতো তারপরে তো আমাকে নিয়ে গেছিল এখানে তো এক কন্ট্রোলে ঢুকবো ঢুকে তারপর ওইখান থেকে গেল আবার দুপারি এখানে তখন অগ্রহণে তখন কাজ করছিল ওদের সেই সময় খুব ভালো ইয়েছে দুপারে চলে গেল দুপার থেকে ওখানে অগ্রহণে কাজ করতো ওইখান থেকে ওকে দুপার নিয়ে সেইখানে নিয়ে গেল সেখানে তো বহুদিন ছিল তারপরে আস্তে আস্তে চেঞ্জ
চলে যাচ্ছে
লাস্ট কোথায় ছিল আমি কি বলতে পারবো ইয়েটা কি বলে তারপরে আর কিছুই যেটা মেইন অ্যাডভান্টেজ সেটা হচ্ছে যে আমাদের থেকে আরো বেশি মেকানিক্যাল আমাদের সময় মেকানিক্যাল পড়া শক্ত ছেলেও ভালো ছিল
ভারত কলেজে কাউকে দেখতে পেলে দেখো তো আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে
তোমার বস এসেছে তো এখানে দেখলাম
কে
তোমার বস না মানে তোমাদের
ডিরেক্টর তোমার বস হবে কেন তুমি তো বস তোমাদের ডিরেক্টর বিপ্লব দেব না
ও আমাদের ডিরেক্টর আমি এখন আছি ট্রেনিং এ বাড়া এতে এতে বাবিকি এ আমার ডিরেক্টর ও আমার কি আমি বিপিতে ছিলাম আমার ডিরেক্টর করতে হবে
বিটিআ এটা দুটো আলাদা সম্পূর্ণ
হ্যাঁ ও তো
দুই ভাই বোধহয়
দুই ভাই বিডিটা মোটামুটি ঠিকঠাক আছে কিন্তু ওই ইআইপিটি এখন অবস্থা সব এদিকে কাউকে পৃথিবী চাচ্ছে না এখন সরিয়ে দিচ্ছে এখন ওই ছোট ছেলেটার দায়িত্ব তো ছোটটা সুবিধা বিডি তো বড় ছেলে না
মোটামুটি দেখলাম জায়গায় আছে আমরা কত কষ্ট করেছি চারতলায় ক্লাস ডেটটা ভুল এখন চেঞ্জ হয়েছে আমি চেঞ্জ করে নেব হয়ে একেবারে সামনে করেছে টোটালি চেঞ্জ
তবে ইনফর্ম খুলেছে না ওটা
মানে তোর করে ঘামছি
কালো পেন করে তুই কালো রঙের একটা কালো রঙের কপি এটা কাম কালো রঙের পেন কাম জানি না और চলে গেল আমার থেকে অনলাইনে করতে হবে
অনলাইন
কি করতে হবে
কি অনলাইন
লাগে একটা করে সব জানি কেনে না এই কেনে না ওই কেনে না কিছু নেই ছেলেগুলো কিছু শেখে জানি বাবু একটা ছেলে একটা ভালো যন্ত্র
এটা কি না ওটা কি বলে দেবে
এই সেমিনারে পড়া এখন মনে হয় আউটপুট আছে যাদের যা করা সারা এরকমই চলছে আমরাও আর খেলা পারবে সেটাই বলছি
হ্যাঁ
এটা তো আমি 1974 সাল থেকে দেখছি
আরে বাবা
আমি তো ভুলে গেছিলাম
কালকে ফোন কাজে লাগবে
কিন্তু আমি সেটা না মনে ছিল কালকে আবার সবাই
এগিয়ে বলিনি
আমি মাঝখানে তোমাদের কলেজে গিয়েছিলাম একটা আইপিএস থেকে
কত সারাটা ও কাছে আমি কিছুই পারি না বাড়া খাওয়াবে কত সারা কেন শিয়ালদা থেকে নেট ওর বোকাচ্ছ দা
আর দুদিন বাড়িতে মনে থাকলে আমার
তুই গাছ কেটে করে দেখবি
একদম শুয়ে দিলে ঠিক আছে
টিউলিপ ফুল নিয়ে আসি তোর বিয়ে বলে আমি যাবো না না ওটা অরিত্র পাশায় যাবো বিয়ে ও টিউলিপ লাগাবে ও আমি যাবো কেন আমি তো বললাম আজকে আমি খুব ব্যস্ত আজকে স্যার ফোন করলেও আমি যাবো না
এখন সময় খুব দ্রুত যায় ওইটা মনে হয় ভেরি ফাস্ট সময় তো সময় ভেরি ফাস্ট
আমার বিয়ে করবি এক বইটা আমার চাই
চারটের সময় বেরিয়ে যাবো শেষ না হলেও বেরিয়ে যাবো পড়া থাকা যাবে যেতে যেতেই 6টা বেরিয়ে যাবে ট্রেনে কোনো ইয়েগুলো কখন ট্রেন আছে না সোনা তো চলে গেছে চলে গেছে কত নরেন্দ্রপুরে এই যে বাইপাসটা ওইখানটাতে ওর তো এক ছেলে বিদেশে থাকে আমার ছেলে ব্যাঙ্গালোরে চাকরি করে এই ফেব্রুয়ারিতে বেশি বয়স না মানে ও হয়ে গেল একটু ভালো লাগে আগে বিটেক করেছিল বিটেক করে চাকরি করতে
पावर नहीं है ना ভালো চ্যানেল হয়ে গেছে
তো বেরোতে হবে না সকালবেলা বেরোবো ছেলেকে নিয়ে বেরোতে হবে কটার সময় রান্না বান্না করে
একটা ইয়ে পেয়ে वो टेंटेटिव टाइमलाइन अगस्त तक हो जाएगा ऐसा और क्या बोले और दूसरा कुछ ऑप्शन नहीं है हाँ यार कुछ एक्सीडेंट हो गया अंदर ही आ रहा था रास्ते में एक्सीडेंट हो गया मेरी वजह से वो नहीं आएगा बोलते वो फोन पे अटेंड नहीं करेगा तो पीछे कोई बात नहीं तो क्या
আমি দেখতাম গাড়ি
he is not taking the call. That's what he is saying.
I am here
আমি তো চলে थैंक यू वेरी मच आपने हमको सर्टिफाई कर दिया सर्टिफिकेट दे दिया वो सर्टिफिकेट तो वो प्रिंट है सर ठीक है थैंक यू
আমি ও তো কালকে ইয়ে করেছে
তারপরে ইনশাআল্লাহ বলে তারপরে নেমে রিক্সা থেকে করলাম কিছু আমি পড়ে গেছি
I hope you all had your lunch. We are going to start the second half of our seminar. We'll start with the felicitating some of the participating companies. Some of the companies, they are on the way from the lunch. The moment they will come, we'll start the session. After the felicitating those companies who are partnering with us today on the seminar, we'll first start our lecture session. We have 3 lecture sessions in this half. Then we will conclude the session. We will conclude the seminar. Just be with us for maybe 5 to 7 minutes. We'll start our session.
এখন আয়ুর্বেদিক কলেজটা চলছে ঠিকঠাক তোমার কারণটা পল্লব specific side হয়ে যাচ্ছে মানে তার সাথে গৌতম সেটা তো রাস্তার উপরে এইটা হচ্ছে এগিয়ে এটা ডিপ্লোমা হেলথ
বছর ওটার বছর পিছনে গেছি আরো গরম লাগে
আমরা এসে
এখনই শুরু করছে না
ওটা কি দিচ্ছিস
Now we'll be giving away the small token of recognition by Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, JISU University, to the partnering companies. We have given already that we have done one session in the first half. We are left with few of the partners who are partnering with us today. We'll be calling the companies. So, IMTHIA. From IMTHIA we have Shukanto Roy. If we can have him in the dais. And I would also request Professor Jayanta Kumar Chaudhary, sir, if you kindly come up on the stage and hand over the token to the representative of IMTHIA, Shukanto Roy. We are extremely thankful to IMTHIA for partnering with us. Your contribution has made significant difference in today's seminar. Can we expect a round of applause, everyone? Thank you so much, sir. I'll request Jyoti sir to kindly stay back. Now we'll be giving away the Felicitation 2 Price Monitoring Resource Unit, PMRU. We have two representatives, Abhishek Bhattacharya and Tola Rani Shaha. I'll request Abhishek Bhattacharya to kindly come up from Price Monitoring Resource Unit, West Bengal branch. Put your hands together, everyone. We have Adola Rani Shaha from PMRU, West Bengal branch. Put your hands together, everyone. Coming up next, Dr. Arup Manna from East India. Dr. Arup Manna from East India Company. Sir, you are kindly requested to come up on the stage. East India Company has contributed a significant contribution to this seminar to make it possible. We are extremely privileged and thankful to have a contribution from East India Company. Please put your hands together, everyone. Dr. Rarup Manna from East India Company is receiving the token of appreciation for being present in the one-day national seminar. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honor. We also had Umesh Shetty from Standard Pharmaceuticals. Standard Pharmaceutical have already have contributed to this seminar, but Umesh Shetty has left. We will definitely deliver all the tokens to him. Now next up we will be starting our session. Handing over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to one and all. I once again welcome each one of you to the session. So after lunch, we have 3 sessions where we have 3 different resource persons. So for moderating the sessions, we have Dr. Soumitra Bandyopadhyay, who will be moderating all the 3 sessions. Before that, I'd like to give a brief introduction about Dr. Soumitra Bandyopadhyay. Dr. Soumitra Bandyopadhyay is an accomplished pharmaceutical scientist with extensive experience in natural product chemistry, drug development, pharmaceutical manufacturing. He began his doctoral research at Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, IIScB, Kolkata, focusing on isolation, synthesis and structural elucidation of bioactive compounds from Indian medicinal plants as a part of prestigious anti-fertility research initiative. Following his PhD, he joined Organon Research Centre, Kolkata, where he contributed as a research scientist to the development of natural and synthetic antiparasitic agents. His expertise in drug discovery led him to Organon International in Oasis, the Netherlands, where he was part of the scientific development group working on advanced drug development strategies. Later, he served as head of R&D and production at Organon India Limited as a part of Akeso Noble Group, where he led critical initiatives in process development for both steroidal and non-steroidal bulk drug APIs. Currently, he serves as site head at ASG Biochem Private Limited, Kolkata, an FDA-approved API manufacturing facility under APJ Satya Group, overseeing end-to-end operations in regulatory compliant manufacturing quality system. So I would like to request Dr. Soumitra Bandyopadhyay and our resource person, the first resource person of the second session, Dr. Shubha Roy, Vice President, Chem Biotech, a division of TCG Life Sciences Limited, who will be delivering a session on API process development and perspective of US DMF filing. So I would like to request Dr. Shubha Roy as well as Dr. Soumitra Bandyopadhyay to please come up on the dais. So before the session begins, I would like to request Professor Kamalakanta Roy, sir, for felicitation of Dr. Shubha Roy as well as Dr. Soumitra Bandyopadhyay. Sir, could you please do the honor? Can you have a round of applause? Thank you, sir, for doing the honor. Now I would like to request Dr. Soumitra Bandyopadhyay to begin the session by introducing the speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we are in the second session of this very important event, national seminar on regulatory affairs. I thank the organizers, JISU University, for this excellent preparation for this seminar and also inviting me to chair the session. I think Shubharai needs no introduction, but still he's a good friend and old-timer. But I have to do the necessary readout. Shubho is basically a synthetic chemist trained under the proverbial A.V. Ramarao and also Professor George. So these two luminaries groomed him for the position. Now he is occupying that as a vice president and business unit head in process and research and manufacturing at TCG Life Science, which in Kolkata parlance we know as a Chembiotech, right? So Shubho has many publications and patents to his credit, and he has successful in establishing the Cleaning Vent Research Center Private Limited, which is a USFDA approved manufacturing facility under the TCG Life Science. So with that, I think I will request Shubho to start his presentation on this very exciting subject.
Hello all, good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to thank Dr. Bandyopadhyay for a kind introduction. I'm humbled, sir. Also, I'd like to start with a clarification and a disclaimer. Clarification is you are still seeing the same person whom you see in the photograph. That photograph is probably taken when that time when I joined TC Life Sciences, and I promise that I will change it today itself, wherever it is in the web. And disclaimer is I'm not a specialist in regulatory affairs, okay? Whatever I have learned, I'm a chemist, as Dr. Bandyopadhyay said. So whatever I have learned over the last 25 years is how to bring a small molecule new chemical entity to become a commercial product, following all the regulatory guidelines. And my today's talk is more prone towards, like I have tweaked it more for the students. So you may feel a little bored because already everything you know about it. But I just wanted to make it kind of a more interesting for the students. I hope you will enjoy it. So we live in a kind of a scientific era where science moves faster than the regulation. But if you look closely, you'll see that actually the integrity and the quality of the regulatory framework, which is determining that whether the scientific innovation will become a product or not. Okay, so. Yeah. So it's a regulatory framework that end of the day determines that whether that scientific innovation becomes a kind of a product or not. Okay, so I should have checked this. Can you hear at the back?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Would you like to have the hand mic? It's not. You can use that.
Could you check for the mic? Check for
Hello. This is.
Hello.
Hi. So, what has happened that this regulatory affairs, the whole thing what we are talking about since morning today, that has developed over a period of time. All of us, we probably know about the vaccine tragedy in 1928, the Bundaberg tragedy, which killed several people, followed by this sulfanilamide tragedy, which happened in Virginia, in USA, That also killed many people. And finally, the 1961, the thalidomide tragedy, which has gave birth to many of the people who are like born impaired. Okay, so all those things have kind of made a lasting effect on the regulatory body, and then all of them they decided that we should have some severe kind of a regulation before the scientific innovation becomes a product which is going to the market and ultimately to the consumers. So I will not go into what is the regulatory affairs, but for the budding people like who are aspiring to become a regulatory affair professional, I would say that this is probably one of the most diverse subject or diverse field I have seen, where you have to work in tandem with the multiple cross-functional teams like the quality assurance, licensing, quality control, manufacturing, marketing, clinical trials, product development, supply and suppliers. Okay, so these are only a few. There are not many of them. So, so it's a great field as a career, as Sir was saying in the morning. But at the same time, it's a very challenging career. Okay, so if you can do well, there is a great prospect to it. I'm moving to the next one. Again, this is just to remind and refreshing your memory that there are international combination of ICH guidelines, international community of harmonization. But every country like USA, UK, Australia, India, and Japan, Europe, of course, they all have their own drug regulatory drug control authority. Okay? For India, it's Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSCO. They control all the drugs from whatever is being marketed in India. I will cover a little bit of ICH guideline, International Community of Harmonization, mostly the Qs. So the quality guidelines are determined, so by this one the abbreviation is Q. The safety guidelines I'll skip for today. Efficacy I will not touch base. The multidisciplinary I will touch a little bit when I talk about the nitrosamine impurities, which are becoming very important these days. Among Q1 to Q4, I will touch base a little bit on Q2, Q3, Q7, Q8, and Q14, which are mostly related to analytical impurities, manufacturing practices, and analytical method development. But to start with a little bit, I want to give you a background of how the molecules are developed, what's the time frame, and from there, when it develops, the day it becomes generic, and from that day to the when we in India we get those molecules, like how long that takes and what's the kind of activity that goes behind it. So. Well, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. No, I pressed the wrong button. So this one is so this is the first year of discovery when mostly the innovators company they taking over to find out a new drug and for a new therapeutic area. Within first 4 years, they have an idea that they have a group of compounds which may become a drug, potential drug at some point of time. So this is the time when they file a kind of a patent. And from that day, the patent is valid for 20 years. Okay. But what we have to remember that this is the fourth year. From here, by the time the actual drug becomes commercial after phase 3 and all, this is already 12 to 14 years is gone. Okay. So they have only 8 to 10 years of time to make the money out of it. Okay. So every company that tries to shorten this time frame, okay, so that their drug becomes commercially available at the earliest. Okay. So this is the whole technology, whole science is working towards making the drug coming to the market at the earliest as possible. And I'm not going into detail of this phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials, but this is where the molecule after this NDA, new drug application, it becomes a drug, it becomes a commercial product. But when it becomes commercial, they get a kind of a right to, this is called innovator's product, and in the morning we were hearing that they get a lot of money out of it. Yes, it's true. So whatever they have invested from the day one, they try to get out of it the most of the money from here. Okay. But by the time, what happens that looking at the activity and the way the market is behaving to that new drug, the generic companies, mostly in India and in a few other places, they start working on the generic molecule sometimes here. Okay, so they try to do a DMF filing, drug master filing in the year, which is actually, if you see, it says almost 10, 20 years from the beginning. Okay, but this is somewhat 2 to 3 years or some 5 years from the time when that actual molecule innovator's product will become a drug.
And from that day, if they get a kind of a marketing exclusivity, either sometimes the innovators, they talk to the FDA and say that, okay, we have spent this much of amount, so give us some more time to get exclusive right. So FDA may approve that one depending on the efficacy of the drug. But at the same time, they may give a kind of exclusivity to the generic players also, depending on the costs and other factors. So, and from here, the generic regime begins, and the price drops. And majority of the drugs what we are taking in India, they are all after almost 20 years of discovery. So these were discovered 20 years back almost. Okay, so majority of the drugs what we are getting at this moment in generic, those are discovered almost 20 years back. So this is the drug discovery and the value chain. This is a nice example of how it goes at the beginning. So this is the chemistry vertical, and this is the biological vertical. So for small molecule drugs, I'm concentrating my talk only onto small molecule drugs. So when it becomes like, how do you get a hit? So it's either a serendipity or a kind of a you say that rational drug design. Okay? So rational drug design starts with available commercial library. So you screen it against a high throughput screen against a parallel in vitro assay. Then it comes to secondary assay, then dose response curve, and slowly you go to all the pharmaceutical, like other properties, ADME properties, PK properties before it becomes a kind of a, goes into in vivo for POC, proof of concept studies. And in the chemistry vertical, same time what you have to do, you have to make more and more quantities of the material. Initially, maybe 2 weeks is good enough for the high throughput screening, but over a period of time, you have to make grams of material. And more you go towards this side, more purer you have to make the compound. You have to slowly identify those impurities, what is playing a role. Okay. And you have to prepare for a GMP batch, which is needed for the clinical trials when it goes to first in man kind of thing. So up to first in man, you do not need a GMP material. But when it goes to first in man and beyond, and obviously what we go to in the generic, these are all GMP. But the GMP starts from when it goes to first in man kind of studies. This is also a good snapshot of how the fight between, I would say, the discovery is a good fight to have. A fight between small molecules and biologics are happening. Okay, so over a period of time, you will see that in 1998-99, the biologics were very less, and over a period of time, it has become almost 1:1. Okay, so people who are now want to become a drug regulatory affairs professional, you expect that you will get more and more biologics also in your portfolio, rather than only the small molecule drugs and the vaccines. Okay, so this is how the world is moving towards. So last 5 years or 6 years, you see, it's almost 1:1. So last year it was 50% of the total. So generally 50 to 60 drugs are approved by FDA every year. Okay, out of 50, 25 are becoming biologics. And these biologics will also become generics at some point of time and will be available in India. Humira is probably the only one at this moment you get. It's a drug for rheumatoid arthritis made by Abbott. So I will now I will move to a case study for a molecule called rivaroxaban. Okay, so this is the next generation drug for a drug called levetiracetam. Okay, so it's a kind of an antidepressant. It's a 10 times more active than the existing drug. Okay, but the challenge was to meet the price to bring it to that level where the Indians can afford to that extent. Okay, so the innovators was JISU-PHARMA, and this is the structure of the drug. So this is how we have designed the route. Okay, and we have filed 2 world patents also. So we prepared this chiral lactone, which is called 4R propyl this hydroquinone 2-on. This is commercially available, so we coupled it together to make this the open chain compound. Converted the hydroxy to chloro, and finally used the base to do the cyclization, and this is the final API. Okay, so I will show that how we have developed it, and at what point of time the every quality parameters from ICH, how we have determined and how it has guided the development of this drug. So the first certificate of analysis, US stands for certificate of analysis. The first one which we made in the R&D, it didn't have a STP, testing procedure number, Neither it had a retest period. Only thing, it was a very brief, open-ended kind of a CFA, where we say that purity is 98%, total impurity is 2%. There is a chiral purity was mentioned, other isomer was 0.5%, residue on ignition was 1%, moisture content, and it was a melting point. So this is the first basic kind of a certificate of analysis when we make for the first time any new molecule which may become a drug at some point of time. Okay. Now, moving forward, what we have applied all the Q7 and Q8. So what actually we started with? We started with quality target product profile. I don't know anybody in the morning whether it does bit or not. PP, this is the most important interesting thing to learn in the whole gamut of things, I would say. See, this is the final specification of the product which we are taking. So that has mostly three parts. One is obviously the quality. Quality has again multiple parts which you see in the CFA. There is efficacy. So you have to ensure that the molecule is very, very effective for the purpose. And of course the safety part of it. So put together these three things, it gives the QTPP. Okay. So for today's purpose, I will only concentrate on the quality part. So the quality part comes from the quality, critical quality attributes. So critical quality attributes, under critical quality attributes, we say we get potency, particle size, polymorphs, all sorts of things which we get, which we think that they are important for the drug to become potent, okay, and to become pure. And CQA also has two parameters mostly contributing. One is because CPP in short, is a critical process parameters, and there is a critical material attributes, a CMA. I'm just talking and walking you through like this, but it takes almost a few years of activities before you can really understand what CMAs are by doing experiments, doing other QBD experiments and all. That's why I say that Q8 is important. Okay, Q8 is the ICH Q8. So the identification of this one, the CPP and the CMAs, how it happens, is a based approach these days. The previous days, the people used to do just a blindly 1+3 validation, but these days people say that the validation is not just 1+3. It's a kind of, you have to reach a kind of a steady state of affairs. Okay, as long as you are not appearing, you are not getting to that one, so that's not, validation is not completed, and it has to be risk-based. So you have to do the risk-based analysis, and then only you can go for validation. So that's how we determine the control strategy, and finally we just get the pure material. I will just digress from my previous system to another one, just a minute for giving an example. This is one of the new chemical entity which became a drug just in November. It's a molecule called Vimicity. This is for the first-in-class treatment for children and adults in classical conditional adrenal hyperlapsia. So the last step of the synthesis, they do the alkylation of this nitrogen with the propargyl bromide. Okay? So when the molecule came to us, they also submitted an NDA to the FDA. The first question FDA asked that, you know that propargyl bromide has two isomers? So these two isomers
Okay, let me introduce Mrs. Auditi Senpal.
So good evening, everyone.
Ma'am, your introduction is there. We are going to introduce you and then please begin.
Sure, thank you.
Sure.
So, Mrs. Auditi Senpal is a seasoned and accomplished pharmaceutical professional with over 26 years of extensive experience in global regulatory affairs, quality and compliance and operations. Throughout her distinguished career, she contributed significantly to the leading pharmaceutical organizations including Leica Labs, Piramol Healthcare, Oakheart, Alchem Laboratories, USB, and currently she is in Inaugural Remedies Limited. She possesses deep experience in global regulatory synchronization, ensuring alignment with international quality and compliance standards. Her core competencies include securing marketing authorization across the global markets, crafting submission strategies for expedited drug product commercialization, and leading drug master file submissions for APIs.
So let me know when I have to start.
Okay. APIs supporting various regulatory applications. Auditi is recognized for his proven ability to navigate complex regulatory landscapes, having achieved numerous on-time drug approvals and day-one product launches across the US, EU, UK, Canada, and Australia. She brings some strong capabilities in lifecycle management of approved products, in conducting marketing surveillance to maintain regulatory compliance and to ensure business continuity. Auditi firmly believes in continuous learning and professional growth, actively engaging with global health authorities to stay ahead in an evolving regulatory environment. Her leadership is marked by excellence in cross-functional alignment from drug development to successful product launch, consistently delivering results that exceed expectations. Auditi remains deeply committed to serving humanity, upholding ethical responsibilities, and driving sustainable growth through focused business continuity, planning, and management in today's dynamic regulatory landscape. Thank you.
Ma'am? Ma'am, please begin.
Sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
You can start?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the session. So, I would like to thank each one of you, the delegates and the respectable guests present, for your time today to attend my session. And I'm truly honored for giving me this opportunity to be with you today in this session, in this seminar. And a special thanks to the organizers at JISU University and taking this opportunity and thinking of this theme for export of our APIs and products across globe. It's a very noble endeavor, I must say. And I'd like to thank Dr. Jan Chatterjee to be in touch with me for the collaboration and constant communications we had to make it happen today for me. So thank you. So today my topic given for the session was deficiencies in USDMF. I would like to say that for me deficiencies are regulatory expectations. So I would like to say that for expectations we need to meet those expectations and turn those deficiencies into opportunities. So hence I have renamed my presentation as USDMF expectations and opportunities. So please feel free to interrupt or check to make it more interactive session. As I am online, so I will not be able to see all of you, but I think I am okay for asking questions. If you stop me, that's fine with me. So with that, I'll begin the session and my presentation. So can we go to the next slide, please? This is a standard disclaimer. The expressions and the thought process is completely professional and not for the organization or from any agency. So today's flow of discussion, which I'll restrict to, is what are drug master files in brief, what should be the contents, the review process, when they are reviewed, the regulatory expectations, the challenges for the evolving requirements, section-specific deficiencies, the inspections for the API sites and the other sites that involved in the DMF, impact of those inspections, definitely CAPA corrective and preventive actions, our takeaways, and look forward to the opportunities. Next, please. So we'll start with what is the role of a drug master file. I know there were sessions in the morning from, I think, throughout the day where everything has been covered, but I felt they are relevant before we go directly to the deficiency section. So, role of DMF is in several aspects, very, very critical, because it protects the confidentiality and IP of the drug substance manufacturers, the process, the proprietary information or formulations that they develop, while it enables the pharmaceutical companies to use their APIs in their drug formulations. So it becomes a reference without revealing the intellectual property that belongs to the company. Second, it facilitates the faster drug approval process because each regulatory agency uses the DMS to review the API quality without requiring pharmaceutical companies to submit a separate manufacturing detail. So the restricted part of the DMF can be relied upon once they are reviewed by the agency. The manufacturers of the API can file one DMF that multiple pharmaceutical companies can refer, which streamlines the drug approval process for their ANDAs when they submit for their products. Ensures, hold on please. Yeah. So GMP compliance and API quality standards. So through the DMF, the regulatory bodies they use to verify that the APIs comply to the good manufacturing practices at their sites, which are followed through ICH-27 and other pharmacopoeia standards that they refer to. And amendments and annual reports throughout the drug master file's lifecycle process also are in compliance, is being reviewed to the quality standards. It improves the global quality regulatory compliance. What do I mean here is, we are talking about USDMF, but I'll just extend a bit more. When we submit a DMF or ASMF in the form of CEP, so for any API which is pharmacopoeially listed for in PHUR, then we can file a certificate of suitability for European pharmacopoeia that's called CEP or COS. And when a company has or owns a CEP from EDQM, it is given by EDQM. And when it is there with you or the company has a CEP for any API that they possess, this CEP can be referred to all European submissions, all UK submissions, or for many other countries like Australia, New Zealand, Canada, many other countries globally, including Brazil and Latin America, they accept the CEP without any further DMF submission or review. Next, please. Next. Yeah. So when is DMF reviewed? So we all know that any DMF is reviewed only when an ANDA is submitted. When an ANDA refers to the DMF, then the DMF's technical review begins. So we all know for US, there is a completeness assessment that happens before the ANDAs are filed, but that is a completeness checklist. That's not technical review, but that's needed because that DMF has to be listed or ANDA to be accepted, which is very critical. But that's not technical review. That's a checklist. But sometimes in GDUFA 3, what we have found now that US FDA has created a provision where a DMF can be reviewed even outside an application. That's an ANDA. So what happens there? The ANDA holder or the ANDA applicant and the DMF holder, they have to be in close coordination. And when it will happen that it will be a pre-assessment can happen, they are given a full guidance for pre-assessment of DMF. Certain conditions which I would like to highlight here is the request has to be submitted by the DMF holder 6 months prior to the ANDA's planned submission, the available to the newly submitted DMF has never been previously reviewed. So DMF must be new and unreviewed. And for prioritization, so why DMF will be assessed before an ANDA or an amendment to the ANDA? Because there can be an urgency. That is, there is a drug shortage, there is a public health emergency like COVID, or it's the sole source for the product. Or sometimes the ANDA review has to be expedited. And when it can be expedited? When there will be patents or exclusivities which will be expiring within 12 months for a generic drug to go to the market, or there are less than 3 approved generic products or ANDAs. Therefore, a priority review to the ANDA can be blessed. For the prioritization of the ANDA review, they are now open to accept the DMF and start the review even before the ANDA is submitted. So this is a very unique feature that they have provided in Kudufa 3, and many companies are also utilizing this to fasten the approval process. Next please. So what's our objective today in this session? We have an objective to learn about the deficiencies that for each section that FDA has identified, which are pretty common in nature, and what are the expectations which have come up, which we can say challenge because it also changes almost every day, and what do we learn from all this so that we can imbibe them for implementation. Next. So these are the CTP sections that we would talk about and the deficiencies that we receive on them. The 7 sections which is known to us, we will not go through, we will come to the sections for the deficiencies when it comes. Next please. So what are the common expectations? Expectations from DMF and why? So as you see, the first expectation is understanding of the chemistry. The route of synthesis we have chosen, the casings, the intermediates that those are formed, the manufacturing process, the controls for the API, which can lead or impact critical quality attributes for a drug product. Second, understanding of the critical chemistry and manufacturing parameters to ensure consistent production of high quality API. Provide a high quality submission. When we meet the above two, the quality of submission automatically raises the bar. And last but not the least, a complete DMF submission form, which is US FDA form number 3938, which has been recently introduced for the US DMF submission on 14 February 2024. And what are the outcomes if we meet them or if we not meet them? So if we meet them, it's fantastic. We get very fast, quicker approvals, quicker reviews, quicker adequacies, everything is fast. But if we do not, so as we talked about, there is a completeness assessment checklist for the DMF to be accepted for review. That is called ICA, Initial Completeness Assessment. So this assessment is very, very important for acceptance of the DMF and to get referenced. Because if the DMF, and therefore a DMF submission typically happens, it is advised to submit 6 months prior to the ANDA filing so that FDA gets sufficient time to review the DMF, and review in the sense the checklist check, the content completeness, not the technical review. And once they find them adequate, that is referenced. So once it is referenced in FDA's database, then an ANDA referring to the DMF gets acceptance for the very purpose why the DMF is filed. But in case the DMF completeness assessment fails, then the ANDA will get a RTR, that is refuse to receive or refuse to file. So DMF never gets any penalty for not being passing the completeness assessment. but the penalty goes to the ANDA holder or ANDA applicant. So this refuse to receive is very, very uncalled for or unintended, because the ANDA fees is 3 lakhs US dollar, and which 25% of those fees get deducted if the ANDA gets RTR. So the responsibility of completeness of the DMF and a quality submission is even more on the API manufacturers or the DMF filers, because the impact is huge on your customer or ANDA filer. Now, if the ICA passes and the ANDA gets accepted, the second stage starts. The second stage is, now if there are the technical reviews. So if there are identified deficiencies during the technical phase, then the DMF gets a CRL. It's a complete response letter received by the DMF holder, and the NDA holder gets notification that yes, that your DMF holder has got a deficiency letter. Once they are complete, once you evaluate the impact of the changes due to these deficiencies, then you come back and respond to us. So there is an impact on timeline if the DMF folder gets deficiency. So these are the pros and cons of the quality of submission and the regulatory expectations. If not met to its limit. Next. So here are a few critical points which I wanted to highlight. What are the typical considerations for a process development in API and subsequent optimization before we go to the process validation batches, or we call the registration batches for DMF file? So the first and foremost, I think, is the synthetic route that is being chosen. It should be robust, scalable, reproducible at site, because we develop at R&D, we scale it up, and it should be reproducible and consistent at our manufacturing site, where the quality should be attained what we intended to, and the process should also result into a commercially viable API. Because 1 or 2 years down the line, that becomes the most critical thing, whether the API price is in competition at par in the market. Next comes the starting material, which is a very, very important topic of discussion, because it has to be well defined. Its chemical properties should be known, structure should be known, impurity profiles should be known, and everything should be, gone as per ICH 211, so that we meet the requirement of the KSM or starting material to fulfill the expectations. Then comes the process control strategy. So control of input material starting from static material or any solvent, reagent, catalyst, anything that we provide to the process as an in-process input material. The characterization, process characterization, and develop appropriate analytical methods. Because whatever is the input, it has to be tested or controlled to meet the limits defined for the final API. QBD, which is quality by design. So quality by design has become an expectation for API, and if we follow ICH 211, we can meet them. So it defines about the scientific understanding of the critical process parameters, execution of rational experiments, which makes sense for the designing of the experiments, that is DOE, and statistical analysis for DOE for an effective control strategy. So these are the basics of QBD which we have to take care when we develop the process. And definitely, last but not the least, the analytical methods at different stages. It starts from the static material to the intermediate and to the finished API, where method needs to be sensitive, precise, accurate, robust, and the linearity or the range of detection needs to be established. So as a strategic approach, what we see, this is not a one-time job. Maybe what we do it, we register it, or we receive a DMF adequacy letter. But once the product is in the regulatory filing and commercial scale or commercial phase, the effective QRM, the quality risk management, which is defined in ICH 9, becomes very, very important because we have to, it's a continuous circle or a cycle where we do a risk assessment, continuous risk review and risk control. So in this mechanism, we have to assess, control and continuously review the potential risks which can impact on quality, efficacy or safety of the API. And it can come from any change in the life cycle of the product because it is dependent on your vendors, on your change in the USP, change in the expectations, new guidelines, it can be anything. And which I have not mentioned here is also dependency on supply chain because your vendors are very important. If there is a geopolitical issue, we might hinder getting the right raw material or right ingredient for a particular API. So all this risk assessment has to be done for a backup strategy so that the supplies are uninterrupted and costly delays are not being caused. Next, please. So here I would like to touch upon the evolving expectation as we say, and I think almost everybody of us know that nitrosamines have become a real pain to the neck. The reason being the guidance have been is being updated right from 2017, 19, 21, 23, 24, and right across the last one is 24 revision 2 September. This is for US. And but APIs are not only for US, APIs for everywhere. So EMA, that is the European Medicines Agency, has revised this nitrosamine guidance 21 times in the last 4 years. So you can imagine how much change is going because the agency is also evolving with the knowledge of impurities which is being pouring from the world for different APIs that they get TMF. So there are two types of impurities or two variants which we are dealing with here. One are simple nitrosamine impurities which are small molecules. So we call N-nitrosamines. So N-nitrosamines are class of organic impurities that include highly potent mutagenic substances which are classified as probable human carcinogen. And NDSRIs are basically nitrosamine impurities which are drug substance related impurities. So they are a subset of nitrosamine impurities formed when secondary or tertiary amine groups are present in an API or its intermediates. Then they react with nitrosetting agents which might be present in the process such as nitrites, and it can be enhanced under specific conditions which only accelerate or catalyze the reactions to form the NDSRI. The US FDA started with 8 nitrosamine impurities in their initial guidance, and currently there are thousands of NDSRIs which are populated for different drug substances in the real guidance, which is mentioned here. So it is a challenge. So how can nitrosation inhibitors reduce NDSRI formation? So effective mitigation strategies such as optimizing the manufacturing conditions and using nitrosation inhibitors are crucial in reducing NDSRI formation. And if you now correlate with my previous slide where I talked about the risk assessment, risk mitigation and risk control, this is how when we identify something, we have to again go back and check what is the source, how do I mitigate, what I have to do, and then regularize it through the filing. And it's doesn't stop there only for the control strategy. It is also very critical because the testing of these impurities are not easy. They are present in minuscule level, very, very, minute level of ppb levels almost. And therefore the analytical methods need very, very high sensitive techniques. The instruments called LCMSMS, there are GCMS for the volatile NDSRIs, we use HRMS. So different high-end instruments are needed to develop techniques to detect these impurities at this low level and define the LODs and LOQs to make the method sensitive enough and acceptable to the regulator. So in mitigation strategies for process control, typically people avoid using sodium nitrite or other nitrosetting agents if present in their process, and definitely monitor them during the degradation analysis or stability testing, and also carry out NAP testing, which I have not mentioned here. So for the post-degradation with the nitrosation conditions, and advanced NAP tests are done through the API to show that if this ROS or the route of synthesis is capable of generating nitrosamine or NDSRI. Next, please. So here in this slide, I have just captured a, an image to show that what conditions are conducive and what are the nitrocyclic agents which trigger these reactions, and the secondary amines which are also like catalysts to work and create this nitrosamine or NDSRIs for the drug substance, and also they lead to drug product. So before going to the details of this slide, I would like to mention that we all know that APIs are the precursors to the drug product. So that's why they are called active substances. And active substances, along with excipients and the manufacturing process of the drug product, we get a product out. So we can imagine that this impurity control is actually determination what it is in the drug product, because the drug product is the one or the formulation that is consumed by the patient. So to assure the safety of the patients, it starts with the drug substance as we discussed in the earlier slide, but eventually we have to lead to the drug product to assure the regulators that yes, my product is safe. So what are their expectations and how do we lead there? So expectations are, we have to do a risk evaluation for any potential nitrosamine impurity in drug substance, eventually drug product, to determine whether a confirmatory testing is required if any risk is identified. Definitely we have to develop methods with adequate sensitivity. Then we have to establish a proper control strategy, either for drug substance or for drug product or for both. Then a routine controlling specification for the nitrosamines or the NDSRIs if the levels are above 10% of the acceptable intake. So this acceptable intake is defined or given in the guidances of the agencies for the known impurities. And also there are strategies if we have more than one N-nitrosamine present in one molecule or one product, then there are a summation technique available that all three of them should not be exceeding 100%. That has also been introduced in the guidance of September 2024. Then there are methodologies. If there are nitrosamines which are not listed in the guidances of the agencies, then what do we do? Then we have to do a structural evaluation. We have to find out what is the structure, and then we have to do a CPCA, which is a carcinogenic potency evaluation approach, basically. So that with that approach, we come to know what is the therapeutic class that this impurity belongs to, and for each class there is a defined guidance. Defined limit which we have to adopt. But the structural evaluation has to be done by the applicant or the DMF holder. There are some medicines which get levi because they are carcinogen, anti-cancer drugs. So therefore they are itself very much genotoxic in nature at their therapeutic concentration. So for them, these limits are not applicable so stringently. They have been given a limit for ICH limit, which is 1500 nanogram per day for as per the AI, or we call therapeutic toxic concentration TTC level. And for certain exceptional and intermediate use of higher limits of, so if we have some product where we are not meeting the given level by the agency or the guidance, then what do we do? So we have to go to the agency. We have to show the risk-benefit ratio and buy some time to correct the situation. But we have to file a prior approval supplement or set meetings with the agency to get a levy of an interim limit which can be higher than the limit that they have defined for that particular impurity. Next. So with that background, now I will come to the section specific discussions on the general, deficiencies that we receive. So starting with the first one, which is general properties. So typically, polymorphic characterization is the must if the API is replicable, if the API exists in multiple polymorphic forms. Hygroscopicity studies. Solubility specifically is very important because the solvents or that are used in the manufacturing process, so we link it with that. Stereochemical and chirality information. Sometimes failure to provide explanation for leaving out of properties means if the API is not polymorphic in nature, then polymorphic characterization may not be a need. But we have to say outright that why we have not included that, because API does not exist in a polymorphic form. So that's failure to provide explanation. Sometimes inconsistency with the information in scientific literature. So we might claim something and it is not proven or it is not there in the public domain or public information. So that is called inconsistency, and sometimes we cannot use the full available data or make use of the data published and come to some wrong conclusion or inconsistency. Next please. So deficiencies on the manufacturing section, which is S2. So the first and foremost is the lack of adequate justification for static material designation. So we know this is the most hot or very, very critical query that we should not receive, because this is a non-starter. So we can, if we follow Q11, we get to know how to define a starting material, what are the requirements for acceptance of a starting material, but the justification has to be there in this section, S3, with many other things for the starting material, the technical package, the specification, COAs, and the characterization data definition. So missing information of intermediates. So sometimes the intermediates are procured from different vendors. So we need to know the full name, address of the site where they are manufactured, complete information on the flow chart of the intermediates, and those need to be included in this section. Class 1 solvent, we cannot use class 1 solvents in the manufacturing process, so those declarations are important as statements. Impurity controls, specifically residual solvents in the specifications and impurity for the specification. Vendor COAs are not to be relied on, we have to test them in-house, so in-house COAs are missing some of the DMFs. And the commitment, so if they change any vendor that we use for the DMF, if they change anything, the size, the process, the reagent, anything that they have given as a starting material package or technical package, they need to inform the DMF holder, and the DMF holder in turn has to inform the ANDA holder. So we have to always remember our DMF, it cannot stand without an ANDA holder, because it does everything for the ANDA holder, because it ultimately goes to the product which goes for consumption by the patient. Next please. So continued with the manufacturing section. So synthetic schemes which are incomplete description of the manufacturing process, the process validation or the yield analytical results. And sometimes it is also seen that the reprocessing procedures or solvent recovery process is missing. Solvent recovery is very critical. We cannot recover solvent from any stage. It has to be done with precision, and the specification for the recovered solvent is very, very critical. And the site which we use for the recovery of the solvents are even more critical. Because if it is not controlled, there may be lot many impurities which can pour in the recovered solvent. Critical process parameters and material attributes, and complete COs for all intermediates if they are isolated. If they are in situ, that's fine. If they are isolated, it has to be there. Failure to provide description of post-processing procedures such as micronization. So if API is micronized, we need to provide how it is performed, which equipments are used, which facilities has been done, So that becomes part of the TMS. Sometimes TMS holders miss them. Failure to provide information of any additional contractors. So here, like we do release testing or a stability testing or any testing which is not performed in the original manufacturing site of the API, so where we API site. So if we take outside contract testing laboratory for stability or release of the API, then it has to be part of the drug substance DMF. And not only that, that information or those facilities are listed by the ANDA holder because they will come under the scope of inspection. Next. Characterization. So we see incomplete characterization data, including interpretation of spectral data for the API, failure to address stereochemical features. So if it is a has a stereochemistry involved, active carbon is involved, then the chiral methods are very important. The specific optical rotation is a test which needs to be there, and definitely the crystal XRD. So all these tests are important for this particular feature. For polymorphic characterization, defined tests are needed which should be there for characterization, and poor presentation of data, which is in our control, we should be doing. Frequently missing impurity information. So we see that the impurity levels are not properly justified with the tox data or health hazard assessment information. Missing residual solvent and organic impurities which might be used in the process at the earlier stages, however, it's not being characterized, not be defined, not expressed with the data or supported by data. Identification of impurities, including their IUPAC names and structures. Classify as a process or degradation. So basically in this particular section, what is expected is we will list all the impurities, organic, inorganic, their source, where from they have come, and whether it is a process or a degradation, their structures, and their IUPAC name. So this is a table which they expect, and if the levels are higher, the safety studies. So this is what is needed in this section. If not, then this queries are expected. Next, please. So this we have already discussed in detail the nitrosamine expectations. So I will touch base very superficially here the last part. So we know that the presence of nitrosabilamines, nitrosetting agents, and a conducive condition is very, very favorable for nitrosamine impurity formation. So this picture actually depicts that the APIs and the impurities, then it goes to along with we know that what are the theoretical nitrosamines possible. Then it goes with the excipients and processing, and then it becomes an impurity in the drug product. Sometimes listed, sometimes not listed. So then we have to determine the potency categories or the categories or TPCA what we apply, and then the limit, then identification, methods, so on and so forth. So it's a huge task. So this is just 2 lines that this impurity deficiency might come, but actually when it comes, it's quite a task to comply. Next, please. So specifications, it's observed that typically the agreement with USP, if it is pharmacopoeia, if not, at least ICH-Q3A should be respected. But between ICH-Q3A and USP, whichever is stricter, typically that is expected. And specification setting also depends upon the data that we generate. If we have a very nice clean data, then always the limits permitted by USP or ICH are also not allowed. This is experience that we see from the review. Residual solvents need to be complied. So elemental impurities need to be complied. And specific identification for chiral drug substances are a must. So we need to comply to the ICH-Q6A and the federal guidance for development of specifications. Then we will be through with this section. And also failure to include USP identification test as part of drug substance. This is a very common deficiency because it do not comply to USP identification test, which is must for the drug substance certification. Next, please. So quantitative, the results are not reported. This is actually very silly. We should not do that. Whenever sometimes people like write compliance. So that's not the answer. If a limit is not more than 0.1%, then the result has to be 2 digits, like it is 0.05%. So then it is compliant. So that's what it means in actual numbers, the quantitative results. So if we have genotoxic impurities in the API, so it has to be controlled as per ICH M7 revision 2, and higher impurity levels are not justified based on pharmacological toxicity studies. So only, so it is justified to some extent, but mostly not. It depends on how much high that we are, proposing. Then it is observed to have incomplete batch analysis data. So all this information mostly gets missed out at times, and failure to provide justification for specification. That why did I set this specification? Because even if it's a USP API or API listed in USP, your impurities may be more than USP because the impurities coming from the ROS that we have adopted for our API will be different from USP or maybe different from USP. So USP is not the USP. We have to be specific why the specification has been set. Next. Rita, are you saying something? I can't hear you.
Rita, bolo. Rita, কোথায় একটু হ্যাঁ অফ করেছি বলো।
Next. Next, please. The justification of stability we will not read out. So only thing which is important here is if we have an out of specification result, then the summary of investigation, analytical report, measures and root cause and CAP are very important for a review of the DMF. Next, please. So this is an overall percentage of deficiency what our USDMF majorly received. So I will not read out the everything, but 67.5% is the unqualified impurity. You can understand how critical is the impurity control for the DMF and how critical is the deficiency, that amount of deficiency is being received for unqualified impurity. Next. So the impact is, so overall if we see, the impact is delay in DMF adequacy, delay in ANDA approval and delay in commercialization. So this is the overall impact when we do not meet the standard in the DMF. Next. So this is very critical. So we say deficiencies, but deficiencies are incomplete without an USFDA inspection, because at the end of the day, any manufacturing site that the API manufacturer uses for manufacturing, testing, releasing and stability testing or stability studies are all under the scope of USFDA inspection, and these are all listed by the ANDA holders. So 3 types of inspections happen: pre-approval for the ANDA approvals, routine GMPs and for cause. For cause when the site has a OAI, official action initiated or warning letter or other non-compliance is observed. Importance: if it is successful, we are in compliance to regulatory requirement of CGMP. If unsuccessful, it can give ANDA not an approval, product recall, import bans, halt in manufacturing, risk to supply chain and definitely business. So maintaining the GMP standards at the facilities are not a choice but a must. Next, please. So the corrective actions and to prevent it from happening is understand and respond to the deficiencies holistically, learn from deficiencies, conduct trainings to awareness for the learning, strengthen your checklist for the regulatory filing, and to avoid repeat deficiencies. Next, please. So the key takeaways: understand the critical chemistry and manufacturing parameters, focus on potential contributors to impurities, control them in process and in specifications if needed, use the regulations, the guidance for industry, your development data and good science to justify the choices you make, and make adequate use of scientific literature available to make the good choices. Next. So this I'll not read out. We all know that we are the pharmacy of the world. Why? Because every fifth generic that is sold is from India. And to make the generic drugs, we need APIs. So we have 3,000 pharma companies, 10,000 manufacturing units. Out of them, 650 are US FDA compliant pharma plants. So to make it a global supply chain hub, we really need to work towards it for the technical compliance of the DMS so that we stand up to the expectations of the world. Next. Next, please. Next. Thank you.
I'm handing you over to our host of the day, Dr. Felicitation. So he will be speaking to you.
Sorry, we have to present like this. I would definitely like you to see. This is our audience whom you are presenting right now, and thank you, ma'am. Though it is not possible for us to show the appreciation which we would like to show you, but we have a very small token of appreciation from our department. I'll request a student volunteer to kindly share their screen. Please share the screen. This is what we have, ma'am, for you. We will be sending it to you. We have a small souvenir as well. We'll be sending it to you very soon. Though it would have been better that if you are here, but we would definitely like to meet you again if you are coming to Kolkata. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your presence.
Thank you, Aditi, for a very comprehensive review of DMF deficiency. Thank you very much for all this hard work. I know. So we are all here. We are listening to you. And director is here. Back camera,
Ma'am, it has been better if you could have handed it over to you directly, but we will send it to you. We will definitely sending it to you, and we have a small memento for you, obviously, which will help you remember the JISU University and Department of Pharmaceutical. Thank you so much, ma'am, for it. Sure, we would love to. So we are at the end of our one-day seminar. I hope all of you have enjoyed it, and you all must have submitted the feedback form which is required for us to know your feedback. Now I would request Dr. Dilip Kumar Roy, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Technology,
Dr. Jayanto Chatterjee, Professor of Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, Professor Jayanto Kumar Chaudhary. Sir, if you kindly join us on the stage. They are the organizer of this whole seminar. We have seen how much they have put effort, how much the stalwarts were present over here. It is because of three of them that effort put together. So please put a good round of applause. And I will also request our head of the department, Professor Pintu Kumar Dey, and Dean Academics, Professor JISU-PHARMA to kindly show a nice gesture by handing over to a token of appreciation. Sir, if you kindly come. You can expect a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you so very much. And now I'll request our head of the department, Professor Pintu Kumar Dey, to give the vote of thanks to conclude the session of today.
So it has always been a tough job given to me. Very good evening to all of you. It was a very engaging day. So at the outset, once again I would like to thank our conveners. Three of them were just now on stage. So the today's gathering made possible by them only. So, and special mentioning to Professor Jayanto Chatterjee and Jayanto Kumar Chaudhary sir, both are professors here, and today's big shots gathering, I could say, from industry and academia. It is made possible by them only. Now, let me come to the formalities. My great honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of Pharmaceutical Technology at the conclusion ceremony on today's national seminar on industry perspectives of drug regulatory affairs. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our special guest, Mr. Birendra Kumar Sarkar, MD, Parker Robinson, and our guest of honor, Mr. Provas Bandhu Chakraborty, MD, Mendine Pharmaceuticals, Professor Pranavesh Chakraborty, former Director, Macaut, Dr. Abhijit Sengupta, Director, GNI PhD, for gracing this occasion with their esteemed presence and inspiring us with their valuable thoughts. Special mention to one of the thing which mentioned by Mr. Provas Bandhu Chakraborty to upgrade the laboratory. Will obviously will take it seriously and will take it forward to our management as well as other IDMA, as he told, will collaboratively, if any scope is there, obviously will do that. Sir, I extend my sincere thanks to our own members, Vice Chancellor, before that our Honorable Chancellor, Sardar Taranjit Singh, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Bhaskar Gupta. Today we have our both Pro-Vice Chancellors, Dr. Rajendra Nargunkar and Dr. Gautam Ghosh. Both Pro-Vices were there in the first half inaugural ceremony for their constant support, encouragement and guidance that made this seminar possible. My heartfelt appreciation goes to Professor T.K. Chatterjee, Dean, School of Pharmacy, and our Dean Academics for their leadership and coordination throughout the planning and execution of this event. I also take this opportunity to thank our distinguished speakers and panelists, Dr. Prafullo Nandi, ex-Joint President, Cadila Pharmaceuticals, Mrs. Averi Das Sharma, Assistant Director, Regulatory Affairs, Freshness KB, Mr. Alok Ghosh, ex-Global President, Lupin, Dr. Subho Roy, VP Chem Biotech, Mrs. Aditi Senpal, she She was just online VP, Head Regulatory Affairs, Indoco Remedies, and our esteemed panelist, Mr. Arup Chatterjee, CDSCO, Mr. Soumitra Das, Inspector of Drugs, Dr. Subhash Chandra Mondal, Honorable General Secretary, IPA, and Dr. Muktipodo Rana, President, IPA Bengal Branch. Your insightful presentation and thought-provoking panel discussion have added immense value to this seminar and enriched our participants. A special word of thanks to our session chairs, Professor Himanshu Shekhar Maji, Soumitra Bandyopadhyay, and our own Professor Dr. Jayanta Chatterjee for ensuring the smooth and engaging session throughout the day. I extend my sincere thanks to all the industry partners for their generous sponsorship and physical presence to encourage our students for making this seminar possible. Actually, my deep sense of gratitude to them, who all the partners, industry partners, for their sponsoring and enthusiastic participation in this seminar. It is one of its kind. I think it's very difficult to gather all the people together in a single occasion. Again, my sincere thanks to Jayanta sir. Sirs, both are Jayanta. To all my faculty members, students, delegates who have joined us from various institutions, thank you for your enthusiastic participation, attention, and positive spirit. Your presence has truly made this event successful and meaningful. I must also express my deep sense of appreciation to the organizing committee, technical team, hospitality teams, and especially those behind the scenes. Your tireless effort from early morning till now have ensured the seamless execution of this event. So, a big round of applause for them. Finally, big thank you to our university administration, support staff, and every helping hand who contributed in any way toward the successful conduction of this seminar. I express my sincere thanks to my other organizing committee members. Let us take back with us not only the knowledge and ideas shared today, but also a renewed sense of collaboration between academia and industry in the pursuit of regulatory excellence. Thank you once again. I wish you all a pleasant evening and safe journey back. Jai Hind.
Thank you everyone for coming over here. We would love to see you again in some upcoming conference or seminar we are going to organize. Thank you very much.